Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hey there, future Word 365 whizzes. Welcome to our Microsoft Word 365 training course, where we'll take you on a journey from document novice to document virtuoso. Whether you're a student gearing up for those term papers or a professional wanting to level up your document game, you're in the right place. My name is Deborah Ashby. I'm a Microsoft MVP and course instructor, and I've been using Word since the mid-90s. And over the course of the last 25-30 years, I've seen Word go through many iterations, from a very basic word processing package to the fully developed feature-rich application that we see today. Word is definitely one of my favorite applications, and I am so excited to be your host for this course. So what's the deal with Word 365, you might ask? Well, it's not just your run-of-the-mill word processor. It's the same as your trusty old Word, but with rocket boosters strapped on. Microsoft Word 365 is part of the Microsoft 365 suite, and it brings you all of the classic Word features and so much more. Think of it as a digital Swiss Army knife for crafting, editing, and sharing documents, essays, reports, or whatever textual wonders you need to create. Now, some of you might be wondering about Microsoft 365. And whilst it feels like just a random string of numbers, it's a whole ecosystem. Microsoft 365 is like the command center for all of your Microsoft applications, including Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and more. And it's your golden ticket to cloud collaboration and seamless productivity. So say goodbye to the days of files trapped on a single computer. With Microsoft 365, your work travels with you to the cloud, accessible from anywhere. And in this course, we're going to break down the nitty-gritty of Word 365, exploring its powerful features, handy tools, and hidden gems that are going to make your life so much easier. So grab your digital notepads and get ready to dive into the world of Microsoft Word 365. Now, this course has been divided down into 16 topic-related sections. And within each section, there will be a number of live lessons with video demonstration. And each video is roughly between 5 and 10 minutes in length. So nice and bite-sized, you can fit these in when you have some spare time. There are downloadable course and exercise files. So if you want to follow along with me, then you have the files available and ready to download. And you'll find an exercise at the end of each section so you can practice the skills that you've learned within that section. And I've included both start and finish files to make it easy for you to just pick up where you left off in the last lesson. And we've also included end of section quizzes so you can really test your knowledge. Let's get started on your journey to Word wizardry. One of the most important concepts that you need to understand when you start working in Word 365 is the difference between Word Desktop and Word Online. And these might not be terms that you're familiar with if you've been using older versions of Word. So let me explain in a bit more detail. Now, currently open on the screen, I have Word Desktop, and I've just got a document open that's related to my resume. Now, when working in Word Desktop, I would simply fire up Word from the Start menu just here, or alternatively, you might have it pinned to the taskbar like I do just here. Now, when we start Word in this way, we're opening up the desktop version, and the desktop version is the full version of Word. Now, historically, this has meant that we're very much tied to our PC in order to work on documents. Prior to things like cloud storage and online applications, we would buy one license for Word, we'd install it onto our PC, and we could only access files that were on our hard drive. Now, of course, times have changed and moved on greatly since then, and we now have things like cloud storage where we can share and access files from anywhere. And that's where Word Online comes in. Because if you have a Microsoft 365 subscription, not only does that give you access to download the desktop versions of all of your applications, not just Word, it also gives you access to a handy online portal where you can access online versions of all of the applications. So if you open up a browser and you go to www.office.com, that's going to take you to the Microsoft 365 portal. If you've already logged in previously, it should take you straight in, as it has done with me. If you haven't logged in previously, then you'll be required to enter in your email address and your password. And that's the email address that you used when you signed up for a Microsoft 365 subscription. Now, once you've logged in, you're going to get to the Microsoft 365 portal. And this really is your online hub. If we click the app launcher in the top left-hand corner, this gives us access to the online versions of all of our applications. For example, if we fire up Word, it's going to open in a brand new browser tab, and I'm now effectively working in Word Online. Now I'm just going to open this business proposal document. And interestingly, this is a document that I created in the office using Word Desktop. Notice how I can still access it through the portal. So let's click to open up that document. It's going to open in Word Online, and I can now start working on this document. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you might notice that Word Online looks slightly different to Word Desktop. In fact, let's do a side-by-side comparison. So you can see here that with Word Online, we have less ribbons. And whilst it's not immediately obvious at first glance, we do have less access to some of the more advanced features. For example, in the desktop version, if I go to the Mailings tab, this is where we can do things like mail merge. Now, notice in the online version, we don't actually have a Mailings tab. So that is the first thing to recognize. Word Online does not have as many features as the desktop version. However, you can do most things that you're going to want to do from Word Online. And that's really why it's been designed. It's so we can access and work on documents on the go. So it doesn't matter if I'm in the office or if I'm in a library or maybe on a train or at a station. As long as I've got access to Wi-Fi and an internet browser, I can carry on working on my documents. And if you're saving your documents into Microsoft OneDrive, it opens up so many more collaboration features, and we're going to get into some of those throughout the balance of this course. But that's the difference between Word Desktop and Word Online. Just to note, we are going to be working predominantly in the desktop version of Word, as that is the version that has the most features. But occasionally we will dip in and out of the online version as and when required. So with all that said, it's time to do our first exercise and then jump into the first section.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
It's time now to do exercise 1. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. Now, this is simply the introduction section, so we don't have a great deal to practice, but I would just like you to check a few things. So I'd like you to make sure that you have a working copy of Word 365 so that you can follow through this course fully with me. I'd then like you to make sure that you have the course and exercise files downloaded and saved off to your PC. And finally, I'd like you to be able to explain the difference between Word Desktop and Word Online, including how to access the online portal. So imagine you're in an elevator with your manager and he asks you to explain the difference. What would you say? Make sure you have that clear in your mind, and I will see you in the first lesson. Before we start working in Word, we need to first launch Word. And if you've signed up for a Microsoft 365 subscription and you have access to the portal, you can see that I'm logged into my portal just here. If you want to install the desktop versions of all of your applications, if you haven't already, notice that on this first page you have an Install Apps button. If you click on Microsoft 365 apps, that's going to install the desktop versions of Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and all of the applications that come with your subscription to Microsoft 365. Once you have those desktop applications installed, it's a simple case of searching for them in Start. So let's go down to the Start menu. Now again, I'm using Windows 11. If you've got a different operating system, maybe you're using Windows 10 or maybe even an earlier version, Windows 8 or 8.1, the way that you search for applications might be slightly different to me. But if you are using Windows 11, you can simply come up to the top here and you can search for the application that you're looking for. For me, that is Word. Now at this stage, I would probably pin this application down to the taskbar. You don't want to have to keep coming into the Start menu and searching for it. So if you don't already have it pinned, right-click on the application and choose Pin to Taskbar. Now, mine says Unpin from Taskbar because I already have mine pinned. As soon as you pin it, you're going to be able to see it down here in the taskbar area, which makes it really convenient just to quickly start up. And when you click on it to open or launch Word, this is the screen that you're going to be taken to. And this is referred to as the Word Start screen. Now, it's worth noting that you only see this version of the Start screen when you first open Word. If you have a file open and then close it down, it doesn't take you back to this screen. You only see this when you first launch Word. And on this Start screen, we have numerous different things. We're currently clicked on Home, which gives us this area where we can do various different things. So more than likely when you start Word, you either want to open an existing document or you want to create a new one. So that's exactly what we have just here. We can create a new document. So we have blank document just there, or we can choose one of the templates. And we're going to talk more about templates a bit later on. And then at the bottom here in this section, this is where we can see any documents that we've accessed recently. So if this is a brand new copy of Word for you, you're probably not going to have anything in this list. But as you open and create documents, they're going to go into this recent list, and you can simply open them by double clicking. We can also do things like pin documents. So if I'm always opening business proposal, I can click on the little drawing pin icon just here, and that's going to pin that document to the top of this list. So it means it's never going to move no matter how many documents I open. I can then also find it underneath the pinned section. You can see there it is, business proposal. So I recommend pinning any documents that you need to access frequently. We also have a shared with me area, so if anybody shares a document with you, and again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we will discuss sharing later on. If somebody shares a document with you, you're going to see it in here. So this is a nice quick way of accessing those documents. Now, aside from the home screen, we have a dedicated new page. So again, this is where you can come to create a new blank document or search for a specific template that you might want to use. And then we have Open underneath, which will allow you to open existing documents from cloud storage, SharePoint sites, or even your local PC. Now, a note about this, when you sign up for a Microsoft 365 subscription, you also get access to OneDrive cloud storage. And you will find that that is automatically set up for you just here. So you can see that I have access to my OneDrive storage, and I've also set up my own SharePoint site. Now, if for some reason you can't see your storage area just here, you can click on Add a Place, and you can go through the process of adding in your OneDrive account. If you click on OneDrive, it's going to ask you to enter in your email address and your password, and then it will add it to this section just here. Final couple of things that we have on this start screen, we have access to our account. So this is where we're going to find all of our account settings. It's also where we can go to check for any updates. And that is one of the biggest advantages of working in Microsoft 365. Any new updates to Word that Microsoft release will be automatically downloaded to your PC. So essentially, Microsoft 365 is versionless because you're always working in the most up-to-date version. We can also do things in here like change our photo if we want to. We can change the office background, which is just that little pattern in the blue bar running across the top. I could change that to clouds if I wanted to. And I can also change my office theme. So if I don't like colourful, I can go for dark grey. Sometimes that's a bit easier on people's eyes. We could go for black. We could have white, or we can go for colourful. Entirely up to you. And then finally at the bottom, we have access to our Word options. And this is where we go to effectively personalize our copy of Word. And we have so many different options in here. We're going to be dipping in and out of this section throughout this course. So just be aware that that's where it lives. So now we've launched Word and we've seen that start screen, it's time to start doing some work. So now we've launched Word Desktop, it's time to create a blank document and just get ourselves familiar with what we're looking at on the Word interface. Now, when it comes to creating a new blank document, there are a couple of different methods that you can use. We can click on the File tab at the top and we can choose Blank Document from the Home tab. We can go to the New page and choose Blank Document, or alternatively, if you like your keyboard shortcuts, and I'm just going to click the back arrow to go back, we can press Ctrl N and that will also create us a new blank document. So let's explore exactly what we're looking at. Running across the top, this is what we call our title bar, and that's this area that you can see in blue. Now, the title bar area will always show certain pieces of information that can be really useful. For example, on the left-hand side, this is where you're going to see the name of your document. Now, we haven't saved this document yet. We've just created it. So it's just going to be given the default name of document 1, document 2, document 3. As soon as we save this document, we'll see the title reflected. And the cool thing about Word 365 is that we no longer have to go to File and Save As. We can simply click this area up here and it will pop up the Save As window. Now, we're not going to do that at this stage. We're going to do that a bit later on. So let's just click on Cancel for the time being. Moving across to the middle of this title bar, we have a search bar just here. Notice as I hover my mouse over it, we're getting what we call a screen tip pop up. And you'll see these screen tips appear when you hover over different elements in Word. And these are helpful little pop-up pieces of information. Most of the time, they'll tell you the name of the command, they'll show you the shortcut key for that command in brackets, and they'll also give you a bit of a description as to what this command or part of the screen does. So you can see here it says just start typing here to bring features to your fingertips and get help. Now, this search area is great if you're looking for specific commands or utilities. We can also access help from here by clicking on the Tell Me More link. And then moving across to the right-hand side, this is where we have access to our profile information. So you can see my name and my little profile picture. If I click on this, I can jump into my account and I can adjust my personal information. We also have a sign out link. And what you'll also see below is if you have any other accounts with Microsoft, so you can see I have a few here. I've blurred them out just to protect my privacy, but I have 3 other accounts. So I can simply select the account I want to switch to and start working in that account. And then we also have in this top right hand corner, the minimize button, the arrange button, and this is pretty cool, and we'll get onto that a bit later on in the course. And then we have the close button up here as well. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that if you click this close button, it's going to close down all of Word, not just the document that you have open. Now, underneath the title bar, this is where we have our ribbons. And the ribbons are these horizontal menus that contain all of our commands. And if we take a look at the home ribbon, for example, you can see that our commands are all divided down into different logical groups. For example, we have a font group just here, and within the font group, we have all of the different commands related to formatting and customizing font. Same with paragraphs, same with styles, so on and so forth. So the ribbons are where we can find all of our commands. Now, below the ribbons, we have this little toolbar just here, the one that says autosave, and then we have a few icons: undo, redo, and save. Now, this area is called the Quick Access Toolbar, and in here we can add commands that we use frequently to this toolbar to make them easier to access. It just means we don't have to go hunting through the different ribbons each time we want to execute a command. So this area is entirely customizable, and we have a lesson on this a bit later on in this section. Now, the main part of the screen is taken up with the document, and you can see I have my cursor flashing in the document ready to start typing. And you'll notice that with Word documents, the cursor doesn't go all the way to the edge of the page. We'll always have a margin in there so we have a little bit of space. Now, of course, you can adjust your margins if this is a bit too wide for you or a bit too narrow. You can definitely do that. Again, it's something we'll cover later in this course. Now, one thing that I would recommend that you turn on, which we don't have turned on at the moment, are rulers. Rulers can be so helpful, particularly if you're doing things like working with tabs and indents. So the first thing I'm going to do here is jump up to the View ribbon, and in the Show group, notice we have a ruler option. And if I hover over, I get the screen tip that says Show Rulers next to your document. You can see and set tab stops, move table borders, and line up objects in the document. Also, you can measure stuff. So rulers are really important, but by default, they aren't turned on. So let's click in this checkbox, and you can see now I have my horizontal and vertical rulers. And then the final part of the interface is the status bar that we can see running across the bottom. And this status bar contains useful information. Now, this status bar can be customized, so you can specify exactly what information you want to see down here simply by right-clicking. And we can turn off or turn on things that we're interested in. For example, you can see that currently I have page number ticked in the Customize Status Bar menu. And if you cast your eyes all the way down to the left-hand corner of the document, you can see it says page 1 of 1. Now, that is useful information, particularly if this is a long document. But if I deselect page number, you can see that that disappears. Select it again and it comes back. So we have all of these different items that we can add to this status bar. And I recommend you go through each and review and set up your copy of Word so that you can see the information that's most useful to you. And then all the way over on the right hand side in this status bar area, this is where we can do things like switch between different views. So the default view in Word is Print Layout View. That's the view that I'm currently in, but we could switch to Read Mode, we could switch to Web Layout, and also notice that we have a zoom slider just here as well. So I can use this to zoom into the document or zoom all the way out. The final point to mention here is, aside from the ribbons, we also have what we call the backstage area. And you can access this by clicking on File. So File isn't technically a ribbon, it takes us into the administration tools for our document. So this is where we come if we want to create a new document or open an existing document. We can save as, and print from here. We can share our file and export it. So all of those types of admin tools you're going to find underneath File, or as we refer to it in the Word world, Backstage View. So that's a quick rundown of the Word interface. Hopefully you feel a bit more comfortable with it now. Let's move on to the next lesson, where the hard work really starts. In the previous lesson, where we were exploring the Word interface, we briefly mentioned the ribbons. And I showed you that on each of the ribbons, we have different groups, and within these groups, we have related commands. Now, in this lesson, I just want to delve a bit deeper into this because aside from what you can actually see on the ribbons, we have access to more options. For example, if we go to the Home tab, let's focus on this font group. So I'm going to type a line of text into this document. I'm just going to click when my cursor is flashing and I can simply start typing. Now, the font in use here is going to be the default font for your copy of Word. And if you're using Microsoft 365, then you will probably be aware that Microsoft has just changed the default font from Calibri to Aptos. And you can see Aptos is listed here in the font dropdown. Also note that we have a default font size of 12. And both of these can be adjusted. We can change our font from here, and we can also change the size of the font as well. So if I select my text, and I do that by simply clicking, and I can just drag and swipe across it, I could choose to make this bold by clicking on the B. I could change the font color. So let's just make this red. I could increase the font size by clicking on the Increase Font Size button, and notice that with each of these we have keyboard shortcuts. I can click it once, click it twice, click it a third time to increase that font size, and the same in reverse. So lots of things we can do with font in this group. However, also notice that we have a little diagonal arrow just here. Again, keyboard shortcut Control D. If we click on this, it's going to bring up our advanced font formatting options. So in here, we're going to find repeats of some of the commands in the font group on the ribbon, but we can get a little bit more detailed about exactly what we're changing. And we can change things all in one go. So if I wanted to change this piece of font to something completely different, so let's go for Agency FB. I'm going to say I want it to be bold italic, and let's make it bigger. Let's go for font size 16. I can change the font color from here, so let's make it purple. I could give it an underline style if I wanted to, and I could even change the underline color. I could give it a strike through, a double strike through. I can make it superscript or subscript, and I can make it small caps or all caps. So lots of additional things that we can do in here that we can't do on the ribbon. We also have an advanced tab just here where we can do things like specify how much space we want in between each character. For example, currently I have my spacing set to normal, but I could choose to have it as expanded. Click on OK, and we now have more of a gap in between each of those characters. If we highlight again and go back into our advanced formatting options, I could make that spacing even more obvious by changing the number of points. So if we take it up to 1.8, for example, and click on OK, you can see we now get more space in between. So don't forget that when you're working with these different groups of commands, if you see this little diagonal arrow in the corner of a group, it's going to give you access to more advanced functions related to that group. Now, the majority of the time, this is going to open up a dialog box. That's what we call these little windows just here. However, sometimes when you click on the arrow, it's going to open up a task pane instead. For example, the first group on the home ribbon, this is where we have our cut, copy, and paste options. Now we have a little diagonal arrow just here, but instead of opening up a dialog box, it's actually going to open up what we call the clipboard. And again, we're going to talk more about the clipboard later on, but just recognize that this opens up what we refer to as a task pane as opposed to a dialog box. And task panes in general are docked to either the left or the right of the screen, but we can pick these up and drag and drop them wherever we want. If we want to redock them, we can simply drag across and let go. Now, another thing to recognize is that we have contextual menus and contextual ribbons. So what do we mean by that? Well, if I select this line of text, notice what pops up just above. We have a mini toolbar, and everything we see on here is related to text. So this little floating mini toolbar is just there as a quick way so that we don't have to keep reaching our mouse up to the ribbons. It's going to show us everything that we might want to do with this text. For example, change the font. I could change it back to Aptos. I could remove bold, italic, and underline, so on and so forth. And also with this text highlighted, if we right click our mouse, this gives us access to a contextual menu. Now it's called a contextual menu because everything that you see in here is related to whatever it is that we've right clicked on. So we have options that are available for text. If I had a shape in here, and I'm quickly going to add one, if I was to right click on this shape, I get a different menu. The options that I see in here are now related to shapes. So I can do things like add text to the shape. I can save it as a picture. I can insert a caption, so on and so forth. So just be aware that whenever you right click, the menu you see is very much dependent on what you've right clicked on. And the other thing to note here is that if I keep this shape selected, look at my ribbons. I now have a ribbon called Shape Format. If I click away from that shape, that ribbon disappears. And this is what we call contextual ribbons, meaning that they only appear when they're needed. So this really stops our word ribbons from getting too cluttered. We don't have everything we need displayed at the top. Things will appear and disappear as and when they're needed. And on this shape format ribbon, I have all of the options that I'm going to need in order to format this shape. For example, I could change the fill color of this shape. So the main point of this lesson is to really understand these little diagonal arrows in the corner of each group, the difference between dialog boxes and task panes, and also the concept of contextual menus and contextual ribbons. When we were exploring the Word interface, we briefly touched on the Quick Access Toolbar. And if you recall, it's this little toolbar just here. And I mentioned that we were going to come back to this in a later lesson, and that time is now. Now, the Quick Access Toolbar by default will contain 4 different commands: autosave, undo, redo, and save. So these are commands that you will need to access frequently. For example, when we save this document, autosave will automatically toggle itself on. And the advantage of this is that Word will save any changes that we're making to the document automatically. We don't have to remember to manually save. The undo button allows us to undo our last action. Again, a lifesaver when you're working in documents. And we have the opposite of that just here, the redo button. It will repeat the last action. And then, of course, we have the save button just here. Now, this Quick Access Toolbar is really there to make it easy for you to access commands that you use frequently. It just means that you can save a bit of time as you don't have to hunt through the ribbons looking for the command that you need. Now, notice on the end of the Quick Access Toolbar, we have a little drop-down arrow that says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. If we click on this, it's going to open up the Quick Access Toolbar menu. Now, notice that some of these items have ticks next to them, and those are the ones that are currently on the Quick Access Toolbar. You can see there we have redo, undo, save, and automatically save. But we do have some other ones listed out here that don't have ticks next to them, and these are commands that Microsoft has deemed you might need to access frequently. For example, new document. Let's select it. You can see that it adds that icon to the toolbar. If we click it, it's going to create a brand new document. So very simple to go through and add any of these commands. Now, obviously, the ones that you can see listed in here, those are not all of the commands available in Word. We can see just how many commands we have when we take a look at our ribbons. So if you have a command on a specific ribbon that you want to add to the Quick Access Toolbar, for example, if we go across to the Insert ribbon, maybe I'm always inserting lots of shapes. I can right-click on the command, and the first option in the contextual menu is Add to Quick Access Toolbar. So when I click on this, I now have that added, and it makes it really simple for me to access my shapes gallery. So I can go through right-clicking and adding whatever commands I want from whatever ribbon. If you want to delete commands from the Quick Access Toolbar, again, it's a simple case of right-clicking and removing from the Quick Access Toolbar. Now, there is another way that you can customize this toolbar, because not every command that's available in Word is on one of these ribbons. So if you want to see just a big list of absolutely everything that's available, we can click the drop down, and right at the bottom we have more commands. Now, this is effectively going to jump us into our Word options and directly to the Quick Access Toolbar section. On the right hand side, we can see the commands that we currently have on our Quick Access Toolbar, and then on the left hand side, this is where we can choose a specific group and see all of the commands available. So currently I'm just showing popular commands in the list below. But if I wanted to see all commands available in Word, I have an All Commands option just here. And this sometimes takes a couple of seconds to refresh because there are a lot of commands, but now we have them all listed out here in alphabetical order. So it makes it slightly easier to find them. So I can scroll through here and I can add any of these commands to the Quick Access toolbar. For example, let's go for auto fit columns. I just need to select it and click on the add button in the middle and it's going to add that in. So I'm going to add just a few commands into here, like so. Once we have them added onto the Quick Access toolbar, we can rearrange them by using Move Up and Move Down. So if I wanted to move this button up, I can do that. If I want to move this one down, I can do that as well. So rearrange these however you like. Another thing that can help with organization and structure with your Quick Access toolbar is to add in separators. And you'll find that it doesn't matter which one of these groups you've selected, at the top of every list, you're going to have a separator option. So I can click on Add, and I'm going to add a couple of these, and then I can move these into position to visually group together commands of similar type. Now I'm going to move the Save command up so it's next to Auto Save. We've then got undo and redo, those two kind of go together, and then we have a whole bunch of commands related to auto formatting. So I'm going to grab the first separator, I'm going to move it up to separate the save functions from undo and redo. I'm then going to grab this separator and I'm going to move that up to group all of the auto format commands together. Once I'm happy with how this looks, I can click on OK, and those changes will be updated in the Quick Access toolbar. Notice here we now have these grouped together, and you can see a very faint line where we have our separators. So this is just good to give your toolbar a bit of structure. Final couple of points to mention. Let's click the drop down again. Right at the bottom here, we can choose to change the position of our Quick Access toolbar. So if you don't like it underneath the ribbons, you can put it above the ribbons. So let's say show above, and you can see it's now up here in the title bar. Some people like this because it kind of keeps it out of the way. I definitely prefer to show it below the ribbon. And some people don't like to see this toolbar at all. Some people don't use it. If you're one of those people, you can also choose to hide the Quick Access toolbar, and that's going to get rid of it. Now, if you want to bring the Quick Access toolbar back again once you've hidden it, if you go all the way over to the right hand side, notice we have a little drop down arrow just here. When we hover over, it says Ribbon Display Options. If we click this, we have a Show Quick Access Toolbar option, and it's now back. Final thing in here is we can also show command labels. So if you struggle to identify these commands just based on their icon, you can choose to add the labels as well to make it a little bit more obvious. I'm going to hide the command labels. So customize this Quick Access toolbar as you like. I'm going to remove some of these because I don't actually want to have these on there. So we're just going to right click and I'm just going to leave the defaults. That's it for this lesson. I will see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to discuss keyboard shortcuts. I'm going to show you how you can access your keyboard shortcuts and also demonstrate some of my favorites. Now, in order to demonstrate these properly, we're going to need some text in our document. So this is really the first shortcut that I can show you. If you want to get some sample text into a document so that you can practice, you can simply type into the document equals rand, which stands for random, open a bracket, and then you can specify how many lines and how many paragraphs of random text you want to generate. So let's say that I want 10 paragraphs of 5 lines each. Close the bracket, hit enter, and that's exactly what I'm going to get. So that's a really nice quick way to get some sample text into a document that you can work with. Now, keyboard shortcuts are a way of working really efficiently with your documents. A lot of people find keyboard shortcuts a lot quicker and easier when executing commands and carrying out tasks. For example, if I decided that I wanted to make all of this text bold, I could simply press Ctrl-A, keyboard shortcut, which will select everything, Ctrl-B, which is the keyboard shortcut for bold. If I wanted to make this italic, Ctrl-I, underline, Ctrl-U. And if you want to back out of these, you can simply press them again. So Control U will remove the underline, Control I will remove italics, and Control B will remove bold. I can then just click away to deselect everything. Now remember, with a lot of the commands, if you hover your mouse over them, for example, bold, on the home ribbon, you can see the keyboard shortcut in brackets. Now, this isn't the case for absolutely everything. For example, if I hover over bullets, for example, it's not showing me a keyboard shortcut. So just be aware that that's not particularly consistent throughout the application. Now, there are hundreds of keyboard shortcuts available in Word, and I will say that you'll probably only use about 15 to 20 of them when you're doing your daily work. So we saw right at the beginning of this course, we can press Control N, that's the keyboard shortcut for creating a new document. If I want to close this document down, Control W will do that. If I want to save, Control S. And that's going to pop up the Save As dialog box because we haven't yet saved this document. And we're not going to at this stage, so let's just close it down. If I want to print this document, Control P is going to jump me into my print area. And if I want to find out a full list of keyboard shortcuts available in Word, I can access those through the help files. Now I'm going to search for them. Remember, we have a search bar at the top, and a quick way to jump our cursor up to that search bar is to use the keyboard shortcut Alt Q. You can see that it's now grabbed focus in that search area. So if I type in keyboard shortcuts up here, you can see we have a section here called Get Help, and a link to keyboard shortcuts in Word. So if we click on this, it's going to jump us into the help files, and this is where we're going to find information about keyboard shortcuts as well as a big long list. Now, fortunately, the keyboard shortcuts have been divided down into different groups. So if you want to find out what the most popular ones are or the frequently used shortcuts, you have a little link just here. If we click this link, it's going to show us the most commonly used or frequently used keyboard shortcuts. So you can print out these or make a note of the ones that are going to be useful to you. If you're specifically interested in keyboard shortcuts for navigating, we could click on Navigate the document. That's going to jump us down to the relevant section, and then we have all of our keyboard shortcuts in there. And navigation is one of the main reasons why I use keyboard shortcuts. For example, I'm clicked at the top of the document. If I press Control down arrow, it's going to jump me to the next paragraph. Control down arrow again to jump to the next paragraph. Control up arrow to go back. If I want to jump to the end of the document, Control End is going to jump me down there. Control Home will take me to the top. Now, what about if I just wanted to make the first paragraph bold? Well, we can select the first paragraph only by pressing Control Shift down arrow. I can then do Control B to apply that bold formatting. If I was clicked at the end of the paragraph, I could do Control Shift up arrow and then press Control B again to remove that bold formatting. If I'm clicked at the start of a sentence and I want to highlight the whole sentence, Shift down arrow will do that. I can press Shift down arrow again and I can highlight each sentence individually. Control right arrow will move me by word through the document. And it's also worth noting that a lot of these selections that we're making, we can also do by double clicking in the margin. For example, if I just want to select the first sentence, I can hover my mouse in the margin next to the sentence, click once, and it's going to make that selection. Alternatively, if I want to select the entire paragraph, I can double click in the margin and it's going to do that as well. So lots of different ways that we can work more efficiently with keyboard shortcuts. The final thing to mention here are Alt key tips. If you press the Alt key on your keyboard, check out what happens to our ribbons. We now have a number or a letter assigned to every single ribbon. So if I wanted to insert a shape, for example, I know that's on the Insert ribbon. So I need to press N. I can then go to Shapes by pressing SH, and then I can use my arrow keys to select the shape that I want to insert. So let's go for a rectangle, hit Enter, and there we go. I have my shape. So effectively, the keyboard shortcut to do that would be Alt N SH. So these little Alt key tips are really useful. So those are some of my favorite keyboard shortcuts and how you can access the full list. You'll soon find, as you start working more in Word, keyboard shortcuts that you use most often, and before long, they'll become second nature. One thing we never want to do when creating Word documents is send out a document that contains spelling mistakes. Now, there's lots of different tools available in Microsoft Word to help us spell check our documents, but in this lesson I just want to focus on check spelling as you type, because this is such a useful feature, because if you're checking your spelling as you go, it leaves less of a job to do at the end. Now, you should find that check spelling as you type is a setting that's turned on by default. How do we know if it's working? Well, let's type something into our document and let's spell a word wrong. So I'm going to type welcome with 2 E's. Now, as soon as I press the space bar, you can see that that word gets this red squiggly underline. So that's telling me that I've made a spelling error. So as soon as I type that word and press space, I'm going to see that I need to make a correction. And the quickest way to do this is to simply hover your mouse over the word, right click, and you should find underneath the spelling pop-out menu a list of alternatives. So I can see here, this is what I meant to say, welcome. We can select from the list and it will automatically correct it. So check spelling as you type is extremely useful. It will also check grammar as you type as well. So let's type in another sentence that doesn't really make sense. So welcome to an Microsoft Word course. That's not a particularly well constructed sentence. And you can see that underneath the word an, I have a blue double underline. So this is indicating that I have a grammatical error. Once again, I can right click. It's going to tell me that this is related to grammar, and then it's going to give me some suggestions. So I could maybe choose A instead. It's still not the greatest sentence in the world. Welcome to a Microsoft Word course, but it sounds a lot better than having an in there. So you can check both spelling and grammar as you type. Now, if you're noticing that this isn't happening when you're typing and words are misspelled, then you'll want to check the setting and make sure that you have the box selected so that it will check your spelling as you go. So let's jump up to File. Let's go down into our Word options, and we need to go to the proofing page. This is where we're going to find everything related to spell check. Now, we have a lot of different options in here, but the ones that we're interested in are underneath this heading when correcting spelling and grammar in Word. Notice that I have check spelling as you type selected, and also mark grammar errors as you type as well. So if it's not working for you, you'll probably find that one or both of these boxes are unchecked. So just make sure you select them and click on OK. That's all there is to checking spelling as you type, a really helpful little feature. It's time now to do exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing that I'd like you to do is to just create a new blank Word document. I'd then like you to use that little random text generation trick that I showed you to generate 20 paragraphs of 6 lines each of junk text in the document. Once you have your junk text, I'd like you to just practice moving around the document using different keyboard shortcuts. So jump to the end, jump to the beginning, jump to the end of a paragraph, select an entire paragraph, things like that. And then I'd like you to select the first paragraph using keyboard shortcuts. I'd then like you to use Alt keys to center align that first paragraph. Once you've done that, I'd like you to practice customizing the quick access toolbar by adding 3 commands of your choice. And then finally, I'd just like you to ensure that check spelling as you type is turned on. That's all I need you to do. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was simply to create a new blank Word document. You could have gone up to File and selected New Document, or alternatively, you could press the keyboard shortcut Control-N. I then asked you to add some junk text to this document using that little random text trick that I showed you. And we want 20 paragraphs of 6 lines each. So let's type in equals rand, open a bracket, 20, comma, 6, close the bracket, hit enter, and there we have it. I then asked you to practice just moving around the document using keyboard shortcuts. So that might involve Control Home to jump to the top, Control End to jump to the bottom, Control Up arrow to go by paragraph, Control Right arrow to go by word, so on and so forth. Control Home to go to the top. I then asked you to use keyboard shortcuts to select the entire first paragraph. So for this, we simply just need to press Control, Shift, down arrow to make that selection. And then I asked you to use Alt key shortcuts to center align this paragraph. So we're going to press the Alt key. Our paragraph options are on the Home ribbon, so let's press H. And now I can see that center align, I need to press AC. And there we go. The next part of the exercise was to simply add 3 commands to the quick access toolbar. So you could have done this in numerous ways. The easiest way by far is simply to find the command on the toolbar. So let's go to Insert, right click on it and click Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Alternatively, you could have clicked the drop down and chosen one of these from here. So let's add email, or you could have gone into More Commands and added an option from here. So let's go for bullets. Let's click on Add and click on OK. And then the final thing I asked you to do was simply to check that you have check spelling as you type turned on in options. So let's go to File and down to Options. We need to go to the Proofing page, scroll down to the bottom, and we want to make sure we have a tick just here. That's all I needed you to do. I hope you got an okay with that, and I'll see you in the next section. Word templates are like blueprints for your documents. Think of them as pre-designed layouts that you can use as a starting point for all sorts of stuff, from a fancy resume to a cool party invite. Now, why are templates so useful? Well, imagine you need to create a resume for a job application. Now, we could start that document from scratch, but that's a lot of work. Whereas if we use a template, they swoop in like superheroes to save the day. They give us a head start. All we need to do is pick a resume template, and like magic, we already have a cool looking format with sections to add our information. So templates overall are fantastic time savers. They help us create professional looking documents without having to be a design guru. Plus, they're not just for resumes. You can find templates for newsletters, brochures, reports, and so much more. It's like having a creative assistant at your fingertips. Now, to access templates, we simply need to go up to the File menu and go to the New section. And at the bottom here, you'll see we have 2 headings. We have Office and we have Personal. Now, underneath the Office tab, this is where you're going to find a selection of all of Microsoft's Office templates. And all of the templates you can see in here are divided down into categories to make them easier to find. And notice underneath the search bar just here, where we have suggested searches, we can see some of those categories. For example, if we were looking for a resume template, we could click on resumes and cover letters, and this is going to give us access to that library. Now let's click on back just to go back for 1 second, because if we know a template that we're specifically looking for, this is where we could use the search bar. So if I need to create an invoice, I can type in invoice, press enter, and it's going to return all of the results that match that keyword. So really nice and simple. Now, if you're wondering what the difference is between the Office tab and the Personal tab just here, this is related to saving templates. So we're going to talk about that in a moment. Let's first load up a template and make some changes to it. Now we're going to go down to resumes and cover letters. Let's scroll down and choose this one just here. Click once. It's going to open up a little window which will provide a bit more information about this template. We can see that this template is provided by the Microsoft Corporation, and then we have a description. We also get a larger preview so we can really determine if this is exactly what we want. Once we're happy, we can click on the Create button to open that template in Word, and we are ready to start making changes. Now, notice here in the title bar, it's just loaded this up as document 8. And this is one thing you need to understand about templates. They are designed to be reused. So every time I want to create a resume, whether it's for me or for somebody else, I could load up this template and make the changes. And we save templates in a slightly different way to saving Word documents. And we haven't spoken about saving too much as yet, so this is going to give you a nice little bit of insight. Now, before we save this, let's just make some changes. Now, currently this template has an overall kind of purple theme. And if I wanted to change all of the colors in this particular template, I could do that simply by changing the theme. Again, this isn't something we've explored in too much detail as yet, so this will provide a nice introduction. If we go up to the Design tab, notice we have a Themes group just here. And if I were to change the theme, so let's go for the Office theme, you can see that that is going to change the colors. I could also change any individual element by simply selecting it, going to the Home tab, and I could change the font color to something completely different if I want to. Also notice that in templates, a lot of the time you'll have these square brackets, and this denotes that this is an area to be customized. So I could type in Dear, and maybe this is going to Microsoft. I could make that change. I'm also probably going to want to switch out the picture just here and replace it with my own image. We can definitely do that, but again, we haven't got onto pictures just yet, so let's just leave it as the default. The main thing I want to show you here is how to save a template. As I mentioned, this works slightly differently. So if we go up to File and into Save As, I'm going to click on Browse to jump me to File Explorer. Now notice that by default, it's going to jump to my Documents folder in OneDrive. Now I could save my template into here, however, we don't want to save it as a docx file. We want to save this as a template instead. So we need to click the Save as Type drop-down and choose Word Template from the menu. Now notice what happens to my folder location as soon as I make this selection. Can you see it jumps across to the Custom Office Templates folder? Now I always recommend that you save into this default folder. So let's give this a file name. I already have a file called Deb Resume in there. Let's call this Deb CV and click on Save. Now if we close this file down, let's say we now want to use that template to create a resume. We can go to File, we can go to New, and now when we click on the Personal tab, we should see our template in there. Now that's because we saved this template into that Custom Templates folder. If I just saved it into my OneDrive Documents folder, we wouldn't be able to access it through here. So now that it's underneath Personal, I can simply click on it again and notice it opens as document 9. So any changes I make here are not going to overwrite the template. This is going to be a brand new document. So effectively I can reuse that template over and over again. So templates are an amazing way to get a head start when it comes to document creation. Have a little play around with them and I'll see you in the next lesson. In the last lesson, we saw how we can save templates so that they can be reused again. And we did that by changing the file extension, which in turn changes the folder that we're saving into. But what about if we just simply want to save a regular Word document? Well, let's create one, Control N, and let's get some random text in here. So once again, we're going to type in rand, I'm going to open a bracket, let's do 20 paragraphs of 3 lines this time. Control Home to jump to the top. Now currently this document is not saved. You can see in the title bar it just says document 10. And if you take a look at my quick access toolbar, notice that the autosave option is turned off. Now the reason why this is turned off is because we haven't saved this into a folder as yet. As soon as we save it, this will automatically toggle on, which means that as we make changes to this document, it's going to automatically save back to the file. So no more having to keep remembering to press Ctrl S or clicking on the Save button to save our changes. Now when it comes to saving files for the first time, we just need to go up to the File tab and we need to select Save As. And you have a few different options when it comes to saving. So you can see at the top here, I have access to OneDrive and also SharePoint. Now yours might look a little bit different depending on if you've set up OneDrive and SharePoint, and if you haven't, you can simply click on Add a Place just here, and then you can walk through the process of adding in your file storage system. So I could choose to save into OneDrive. I can see my folder structure just here. If I double click on Course Files, that's going to open that folder, and then I can type in my file name and click on Save. Alternatively, if I click on Browse, that's going to open up File Explorer. And some people are a lot more comfortable just working with File Explorer because that's what they're used to. So if that's you, that's absolutely fine. You can navigate to the folder that you want to use and save it that way. Now I'm going to click on Cancel because I do want to save it into OneDrive and I want to save it into the Course Files folder. So at the top here, we're going to give our file a name. I'm going to call this My First Document. Notice underneath, the default file extension is .docx. And a new feature in Word 365 is the ability to kind of define what type of document this is. So if it's a personal document, if it's public, if it's general for all employees, so on and so forth. Now I'm going to leave mine on the default, which is general for all employees. Let's click on the Save button. So now that we've saved this, notice what's happened to the Auto Save toggle. You can see this is now toggled on. So as we go through and start to make changes to our document, for example, if I delete something, notice the Save button now has a green arrow on it showing that it's refreshing and it's updating. We can also see the word saving in the title bar up here. So everything we do is automatically saved back to the file. Notice now it says saved in the title bar, so I know I'm not going to lose any of those changes. And if I wanted to very quickly rename this document, I don't have to go back into File and Save As. I can simply click in the title just here where it says My First Document, and I can change this to something else. So maybe My Second Document. Now, we're not creating a copy here, we're simply renaming this one. Like so. Let's close down this document, File, and Close. And if we want to reopen it, we can go to File, Open, and then we should be able to see it in our recent list underneath Documents. So at the top here, I've got anything that I've pinned, but this is the section for documents that I've saved today. And there you can see My Second Document. And we simply need to click to reopen. So that's how simple it is to save a document. In the previous lesson, we saw how to save a Word document. And in this lesson, I'd like to carry on with the subject of saving, but this time we're going to talk more specifically about saving documents into OneDrive and how that all interacts. Now, this document just here, called My Second Document, I saved this into a folder in OneDrive. If I click on the title bar up here, you can see exactly where that's saved. So it's saved into the Course Files folder in OneDrive. Now, because I've saved my document into OneDrive, it means that I can access this through the Microsoft 365 online portal wherever I have an internet connection. So I could be traveling home on the train, or maybe I'm on my iPad at home in the evening, or maybe I'm in a library. As long as I have a Wi-Fi connection, I can simply fire up a browser and I can carry on working on this document. So let's close this down, File, and Close. And let's jump across to Microsoft 365. So once again, I've just gone to office.com and I've logged in using my email address and password. And what you'll notice immediately is that on this homepage in the recommended area, it's going to show me the last thing that I saved. And I can see that there is my document, My Second Document. If I scroll further down the page, I can see all of my recently saved documents. And the top one, again, is My Second Document. So if I've been working on this document in the office and I've closed it down and I've closed down my PC and gone home for the day, if my boss messages me and needs me to update something in this document, I can simply fire up a web browser, sign in, click on this document from Microsoft 365, and it's going to open it up in Word Online, and I can go in and I can make my changes. So let's just change this paragraph to red. Once again, this will automatically save any changes that I make. And when I close this down and go back to the office the next day, I can fire up Word, go to File. There's the document at the top of the recent list. And I should find that when I open this up, I can see those changes. So when you save your Word documents into OneDrive, everything synchronizes and you can then access them through a browser. In previous lessons, we've spoken about the autosave toggle just here. And what we know about autosave is that as soon as we create a document and save it to a folder, this autosave will automatically toggle itself on. So if we make any changes to this document, it automatically saves those changes back to the file. We don't need to remember to press Ctrl S to save as we go along. But remember, autosave doesn't toggle on until you save your document to a folder. So if we close this file down, and let's just create a new blank file, notice that currently autosave is toggled off because I haven't yet saved it to a folder. Now, sometimes you might just quickly create a blank file and start typing away, thinking, I'll save it in a moment. So let's get some text in here. Again, I'm just going to use my little rand trick. Let's jump to the top, Control Home. Now, currently, any changes that I'm making to this document are not saving. And just to make this super obvious, I'm going to add a title to the top here, Microsoft Word Explained. Let's just make that bold so it stands out. So maybe I'm working away in this document and Word suddenly crashes. It does happen, we've all been there. Or maybe I've accidentally clicked the cross in the top corner, which will close the application, and I've selected Don't Save. And then as soon as I've done that, I think to myself, actually, you know what? I really did need that document. Well, the good news is that we can recover unsaved documents in Word 365. So let me show you how. We're going to relaunch Word. Now we need to get into the info section. Now in order to do that, we actually need to create or have a document open. So let's just open a blank one. Then we can go to File, down to Info, and right at the bottom here we have a big old Manage Document button. If we click the drop down, it's going to allow us to recover any unsaved documents. So let's click this. It's going to jump us across to File Explorer and into a very specific folder. It says Roaming Microsoft Word. And these are all of my unsaved documents. Now to find the one I need to recover, I'm probably going to want to reorder these by date modified. So let's click this so we have the latest one at the top. That's today's date. This is the time. And there it is. So I can see the title, Microsoft Word Explained. That is the document I want to recover. So select it, click on Open, and like magic, we have our document back. Notice that I get a little message just above, Recovered Unsaved File. This is a recovered file that is temporarily stored on your computer. And also notice in the blue bar at the top, it's currently read only. So if we want to carry on working in this document, we need to click on Save As, and then choose a folder to save it into. So I'm just going to call this Recovered File. Click on Save, and as soon as I do that, I can now carry on working in my document and autosave has been toggled on. So don't forget about that little option, as it can be a lifesaver. In previous lessons, I've shown you how you can navigate around a document using keyboard shortcuts, but we also have other navigation options. Now, notice here on the screen, this is the document that we recovered in the last lesson. And what I've done here is I've just made a few changes to it. The first thing I've done is I've renamed the file Word Explained. And I did that simply by clicking on the file name at the top and renaming it up here. What I've also done is added some headings into this document, and I've added these headings using word styles. If you look on the home ribbon, notice we have a styles group just here with different levels of heading. Now, I'm not going to get too much into styles in this particular lesson. We're definitely going to cover this in more detail later on in the course. But what I've basically done here is I've gone through and I've applied heading 1 and heading 2 styles to this document. Now, applying styles or using styles in your document is advantageous for many, many reasons. But one of them is that it really assists us when it comes to navigating around documents. For example, if we go up to the View tab just here, in the Show group, we have a navigation pane option. And if I hover my mouse over this, the screen tip says open the navigation pane. It's like a tour guide for your document. Click a heading, a page, or a search result, and it will take you right there. So this is really useful, particularly if you have a very long document. So let's click to show the navigation pane, and the first thing you'll notice is that it opens on the left-hand side and we have 3 tabs at the top: headings, pages, and results. Now, underneath the headings tab, notice that it's picked up all of the headings within the document, and it's picked those up because I've used word styles. Instead of using styles, if I'd simply typed the word introduction, and made it bigger and made it bold and maybe changed the color, it wouldn't be picked up in this pane because it's not officially a heading that uses word styles. As I said, we're going to talk more about these later on. But just for the time being, let's see how we can use these to navigate around our document. And it should be reasonably obvious. If I want to jump to the section related to the review ribbon, I can simply click on the heading in the pane and it's going to jump me down to that part of the document. Click another heading, it's going to jump me back. And the structure that you see here is again based on the heading levels. So where we have Microsoft Word explained, I've actually used a heading 1 style for that, whereas all of these other subheadings have heading 2 attached to them. If I added something else that was heading 3, that would be indented slightly as well. And all of these headings come with collapsible and expandable arrows next to them. So this just allows me to focus on exactly the part of the document that I'm interested in. Now, aside from using the headings to quickly navigate around a document, we can also navigate by page. So if we click on the Pages tab just here, you can see this document has 3 pages. If I want to jump to the 3rd page, I can simply click on it and it's going to jump me down there, and your cursor will be placed on the first line of whatever page you've chosen. And then finally we have a results tab. Now this is related to the search bar above. So I can type in a search term in here and it's going to show me all of the pages or the paragraphs where that search term exists. So if I type in, let's just type in home, you can see it's found the home ribbon. If I type in the word, let's type in the word video, you can see we get quite a few hits just here. So it's showing me exactly where it's found all of those hits. And you can also see that the search word is highlighted in the document. And we have quite a few of these throughout this entire document. And if I want to jump to a specific paragraph, I can simply select it from the results list and it's going to jump me down to that particular area. I can also use my up and down arrows just here to navigate one by one through the search results. So that can be quite useful as well. And the final thing I'm going to point out at this stage is notice we have a little drop down arrow at the end of this search bar. And if we select go to, this is another way that we can quickly jump to specific things within our document. So if I want to jump to page 3, I can make sure I have page selected, type in 3 and click on go to, and it's going to jump me to that page. If I want to go back to page 1, I can type in 1, go to, and it's going to jump me back up. We can also jump to specific things in here, so specific sections. Again, we haven't sectioned up our document yet, but we will come back and review this when we do. We can jump to specific lines, bookmarks, comments, footnotes, so on and so forth. Also notice right at the bottom here, we can go to heading. So we can enter in a heading number. Now, my cursor is currently at the top of the document, where I have my heading 1, but if I wanted to jump to the first heading 2, I can just type in 2, go to, and you'll see my cursor basically moves to the first heading 2 in the document, which for us is introduction. So we have this little go to area as well. Don't forget you can access that through the drop down. An alternative way of accessing Go To is to press Ctrl G. That will bring up the same window and jump you to the Go To tab. So those are some of the other ways that you can navigate around a Word document. I just wanted to finish up this section by showing you a quick way that you can find different tools when working in Word 365. So I currently just have a blank document open. You can see it's just called Document 1. We don't need to save this or anything like that because we're not going to need this file. But let's imagine that we're looking for a specific utility in Word. For example, maybe I want to change the theme of this document. And maybe I don't know where the theme button is. And maybe I don't know where to locate the theme button. Well, what we can do is we can use the search bar at the top to find tools in Word 365. And if you recall, a quick way of getting our cursor into that search bar is to press Alt-Q. Now notice what happens as soon as our cursor is in that box. We get this menu drop down. So we have some recently used actions. So these are things that I've done previously, some suggested actions, And then we have some suggested actions. Now it's recognizing that I've got just a blank document here, so it's asking me that I might want to put a table of contents on the first page, I might want to open the navigation pane, or maybe I want to add a table. We then have a section called Find in Document. We then have a Notes section and then a People section. Now what this basically means is that we can search for all of these things within Word. Now let's just start out by searching for what I mentioned at the beginning, themes. What we can do is we can simply type in themes at the top here, and it's going to find that command on the ribbons. So you can see at the top here it says best action, then we have themes, and if I hover my mouse over this, it's going to show me all of the themes. So then I can select a new theme. So I'm going to choose this one just here. Now, just as a comparison, the themes option is actually on the design tab just here. There it is, the first button. When we click it, we get that same gallery. But it is a lot easier to simply press Alt-Q and then search for what you need. If I want to insert a table and I'm not sure how to do that, I can simply type in table and it's going to give me a list of possible actions. Now, because I've just typed in table, it doesn't know if I actually want to insert a table or if I want to do something like insert a table of contents. So if I want to insert a table, I can simply click on this option and it's going to take me into the Insert Table dialog box. I can then specify the number of columns and rows, click on OK, and it's going to put that table into my document. Now, again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We haven't discussed tables or anything like that so far, but hopefully you can see how useful this search bar can be at the top. Now, I'm just going to delete this table out and let's just add in some more random text. Now I'm going to press Alt-Q again to jump back up to that search area, because this will also allow me to do things like search specific text in the document. So let's use the example of video again. You can see as soon as I type in video, it's giving me some actions, online videos. We can insert those into our documents, but also underneath the Find in Document heading, it's basically doing a search for the word video. So if I click on this, it's going to open up that navigation pane that we looked at in the last lesson, and it's going to show me those search results. So this search bar is so helpful when it comes to finding different tools when you're working in Word 365. It's time now to do exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is just simply to create a new Word document based off an invoice template of your choice. I'd like you to save the invoice as a template into the default templates folder. And then I'd like you to make sure that you know where to go to reuse that template. Once you've done that, I'd then like you to create a new blank document and add some text. And of course, you can use our little text trick to do that. Now, without saving the document, I'd like you to close the document down and then go back in and recover the document. Once you've recovered the document, I'd like you to save it to OneDrive or a folder of your choice as training1.docx. Once you've done that, I'd like you to open the file, The Haunting of Willowbrook Manor.docx, and you'll find that file in the Exercise Files folder. And I'd just like you to practice navigating around the document using headings and also keywords. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise is to create an invoice based off of a template of your choice. So we're going to go up to File, we're going to go into New, and we're just going to search for invoice templates. Let's hit Enter. And I didn't mind which one of these you chose, so let's go for this one just here, Invoice Document. I'm going to click on Create. I then asked you to save this invoice as a template into the default templates folder. So let's go up to File, down to Save As, and we're going to Browse. Now the first thing we need to do here is change the file type to Word Template, because that's going to jump us directly to our default templates folder. And I didn't specify what to call this file, so you can call it whatever you like. I'll just call it my initials and invoice template. Let's click on Save. I then asked you to make sure you know where to go in order to reuse this template. So let's close this down, because remember, once we save into that default folder, when we go to New, we can click on the Personal tab just here, and this is where we're going to find our invoice template. When we click on this to open it up, it opens basically as a brand new document and we can make our changes. So that's all I needed you to do just there. The next thing I asked you to do was simply to create a brand new document, so Control N, and add some text to it. So once again, we're just going to do our little text trick just here to get some text into that document. And I told you to close this down without saving it. So let's go to File, let's go to Close, and we're going to say Don't Save. I then asked you to recover this file. So remember, all we need to do that is go up to File. We need to make sure we have a document open, so let's just do blank again. And then we can go into Info, Manage Document, Recover Unsaved Documents. And I have my documents organized by date modified, so this is the file to recover. It's the one I created a couple of minutes ago on today's date. So click on Open, there is our recovered file, and I then asked you to save this either into a folder of your choice or into OneDrive if you have access to OneDrive. So let's go to File, let's go to Save As. I'm going to put mine in the Course Files folder, and I asked you to call this file training1.docx. And there we go. The final thing I asked you to do in this exercise was to open the exercise file, The Haunting of Willowbrook Manor. It is Halloween today, so we are going for a bit of a spooky theme. So you're going to have this file downloaded to your PC, so you need to pick it up from whatever folder you've saved it into. There is the file, and then I just asked you to practice navigating around this document using headings and keywords. So if we jump into View, we can pull up the navigation pane, and this is where we can see all of our headings. So if I want to jump down to the Halloween Showdown, I can simply click on Chapter 7 and it's going to jump me to that part of the document. Alternatively, I can type a keyword into here. So let's go for haunting. It's going to show me all of those paragraphs where that word exists, and then I can simply jump to the section that I'm interested in. So that is how I solved this exercise. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next section. Document views allow us to do exactly what you might imagine. They allow us to view our documents in different ways. So maybe you'd like to see how your document's going to look if you were to upload it to a website and view it as a web page. Maybe you'd like to be able to see somewhere on the screen all of the heading styles that you've applied to your document. Or maybe you'd like to switch into a view where it's easier for you to read and understand the document. Well, fortunately, in Word 365, we have numerous different views that we can choose from, and you'll find all of them on the View ribbon. If you take a look, we have a Views group right at the beginning here, and we have 5 different views that we can switch into. It's also worth noting that you can switch between your views in the status bar as well. If you cast your eyes down to the corner on the right-hand side, we have these little icons that allow us to toggle or switch between different views. So let's do a quick run through of each of the views so you can make an informed decision. Now notice in the Views group, I have Print Layout currently selected. That's highlighted in grey. And in general, this is the view that you'll work in the majority of the time. It's the view where we edit and make changes to our documents. It allows us to see the layout of our pages very clearly, and we can also see things like where that page breaks, so we can get an idea as to how this is going to look when we print it out. So Print Layout view is the default. Now, what about Web Layout view? If we hover our mouse over it, the screen tip says, see how your document would look as a web page. This layout is also great if you have wide tables in your document. So if we switch into Web Layout view, this is basically what this document would look like if I uploaded it to my company intranet or to another internet site. It's a much wider view based off of the size of web pages, and as it mentioned in that screen tip, if you have any elements on your page that are particularly wide, so for example wide tables, it's going to make it a lot easier for you to see those. What about outline view? Well, this allows us to see our document in outline form where content is shown as bulleted points. This view is useful for creating headings and moving whole paragraphs within the document. So if we switch into outline view, you can see we get a very different way of looking at this document. And you'll notice that next to some of our headings, we have things like these little plus symbols. Now, in general, I'll utilize this view when I want to do a lot of rearranging in my document. So maybe I want to rearrange the order of some of these paragraphs. This is a good view to do that in. For example, if I click the plus next to market analysis, it's basically going to select that entire paragraph. So I could pick it up, I could drag and drop it, and maybe I want to put it underneath products and services. I can drop it down there. So it's good for reorganization. It also allows us to do things like change heading levels really easily. So if I click next to products and services, you can see that this is a heading level 2. But what I could do is click the drop down. I could make it a level 1, or I could make it a heading level 3, so on and so forth. So come into outline view when you need to do a lot of reorganizing. What about draft view? Well, when we switch into draft view, we're just going to see the text in the document. So if you have any images like I do in this one, you're not going to see those. It's just going to show you the text. So this view is useful for quick editing because headers and footers and certain objects won't show up, allowing you to focus just on the text. So if we click on draft, you can see that I can see the text, but this big white space here, that's where my image normally lives. So if you just want to focus on the text and you need to do a lot of editing, this is a good view to go into. Also notice we have a little dotted line indicating where the page ends and the next page begins. Now, another thing that I really like about this view is the ability to see what heading styles we have applied to each line in a document. Now, this might not mean too much to you at the moment because we haven't really covered styles in any great detail, but this can be super useful if you ever receive a document from somebody else and you need to apply your own company's heading styles. Now, in order to be able to see this information, we need to turn on our little styles area. And we do this by going up to File, down to Options, and it's under the Advanced page. Now, if we scroll down to the Display area, notice this option just here, Style Area Pane Width in Draft and Outline views. Now, by default, your Style Area Pane is going to be set to 0 inches, which is why we can't see it. So in general, what I do is I switch it to 2 inches, click on OK, and now check out what we have. We have this little pane running down the left-hand side that shows us the style applied to each line in this document. And once you have this showing, you can resize it so it's a bit smaller simply by clicking and dragging. So now I can see that I have title styles applied here. This is a heading 1. This is just normal text. Then we have heading 2, line paragraph where we have our line numbers, so on and so forth. Now, as I said, we are going to be coming back to this later on when we talk a bit more about styles, but just be aware that when you're in draft view, it's useful to have this styles pane turned on. The final view that we have in here is read mode. And this is one of the newer views in Word. It's been around for the last few years, but historically, we've never had a read mode view. But let's click on it and see what we get. Now, with read mode, this is basically designed for reading documents. It will clear away anything that could possibly be distracting. So notice that the ribbons have been completely minimized. We don't have anything else showing on the screen aside from this document. And we read this in a similar way to reading a book. We go side to side as opposed to scrolling vertically. Notice we have a little arrow on the right hand side. If I click this, it's going to go across to the next page, so on and so forth. Now, if you do need to access your ribbons whilst you're in read mode, you can still do that simply by clicking them at the top here. And notice that we have some different tools when we're working in this view. So we can do things like find, we can search, we can translate if we need to. If we go to view, we could do things like modify the column width. We could even change the page color. So if we find it easier on our eyes to have a sepia toned background, we could definitely do that. Alternatively, we could have white text on a black background. Now, I don't particularly like that. Let's go back to none. We could do things like show where syllables occur. So notice now that we have a little dot wherever there is a syllable. So this can help when it comes to reading, particularly if English isn't your first language. We can adjust things like the text spacing, so I can make this text a lot wider. Again, that can sometimes be helpful. And we also have a read aloud option just here. This is helpful for people with accessibility issues. For example, people who can't see so well can choose to have the text read out aloud, and it will go through and highlight each word as it's reading. And we are going to talk more about this option a bit later on. But just be aware that you have all of that available in Read Mode View. So those are the different ways that you can view a document when you're working in Word. In the previous lesson, we took a brief tour around the 5 different views that you can work in Word. But it is worth noting that we do have another group just here called Immersive, which gives us access to 2 other views. And once again, these are 2 of the newer views available in Word 365. Now, the first one here is called Focus. If we hover over, it says it eliminates distractions so you can focus on your document. So this is kind of similar to Read Mode, except you'll see that it doesn't have that horizontal sort of book quality to it. It still will allow you to scroll up and down in your document. Now, if we switch into focus mode, immediately you can see that all distractions are removed. We can just see the document and the rulers. The only other thing we really have on this page are our scroll bars, allowing us to scroll up and down. Remember, scrolling in a document, if you have a mouse with a wheel on it, you can also use that to scroll up and down in your document. Also notice that it's changed the background to black. So again, this really allows us to focus in on our document and kind of just blacks out everything else. Now, when you are working in this view, notice right at the top in that title bar, there are 3 dots in the middle. Now, if you click these 3 dots, it's basically going to pull down the ribbon. The ribbon will show in that black color again. But if we now go back to the Immersive group, we now have a new option available, which is background. So you're only going to see this little background drop down when you're actually in focus mode. So this is going to allow us to change the background color. So if we don't particularly like that black, we could choose a different color from this menu. So maybe I prefer to have a blue background instead. Maybe that makes it easier for me to read. You can change it to that. And to come out of this focus mode, you just need to toggle off focus. So this button, it is a toggle button. So we can just click it again, and it's going to take us back to the main body of our document. Now, the second option we have in this group is Immersive Reader. And again, this has a lot of the properties of that Read Mode view. If we take a look at the screen tip, it says open a focused reading and editing experience that lets you adjust text size, spacing, and more. You can also listen to your text read aloud. And if you recall, those options were also available in Read Mode. So let's jump into the Immersive Reader. Notice we now have an Immersive Reader contextual tab, and we have different options that we can adjust. So for example, column width. And when we say column width, we're talking about the width of the text that we can see. So currently mine's set to narrow. If I change it to moderate, it widens it out. I could go for wide to make it take up that full screen. We can change the page color. So again, we could use any one of these colors depending on which one takes our fancy. So I'm going to go for this light green color. Line focus allows us to focus on just one line at a time, and we can use our down arrow on our keyboard to go through line by line. And notice that everything else is kind of grayed out, so we can really just focus on each line individually. If that's a little bit too much, then we could go for maybe 3 lines, so we can just see 3 lines at a time. This can all help when it comes to reading long documents. Now I'm going to say none. Text spacing. Now notice that that is already toggled on because we toggled it on in the last lesson. Now when I turn off text spacing, it goes back to what it normally looks like. Click it once more and it's going to put more space in between the words and also the characters. Again, this can help with the readability of your documents. We can toggle on syllables, which will put dots in the word wherever we have syllables, and then we have the read aloud option. So this is helpful for people who have problems with their eyesight and maybe can't read documents as well. So if we click on Read Aloud,
We are pleased to present this business proposal for the establishment of a new coffee company based in London, specializing in sourcing the finest.
it's going to read that document out. Notice we have a little player just here, so we can pause as I've just done. We can move on to the next paragraph, go back, we can play, and we also have some settings that we can adjust. So things such as voice speed and some other options down here. So this is the Immersive Reader. If you want to come out of here and just go back to Print Layout View, just click on Close Immersive Reader, and it's going to take us back to the original document. In today's busy workplace, more often than not, we'll have more than one Word document open at one time. So managing how those documents are arranged on the page becomes extremely important. So let's take a look at some of the options that we have when it comes to arranging our documents and also how we can utilize Zoom. Now we're staying on the View ribbon and we're moving across to the Page Movement group just here. Now notice we have another toggle button, which is currently toggled on, called Vertical. And what that basically means is that when we either use the scroll bars at the side or the scroll wheel on our mouse, we're going to move vertically through the document. And that is the default behavior when you're working in Word. However, if you would prefer to have this more like a book, you could choose to toggle on side to side. So now we can read as if we're reading a book, and when we use our scroller, it's basically going to move those pages from side to side. If I scroll back, scroll forward, scroll back, so on and so forth. So you can choose which one of these views you prefer. My preference is always vertical. Now we're going to jump over the Zoom group for the time being. We're going to come back to that at the end of the lesson because I'd like to speak a little bit about arranging documents on the screen. Now, if you have multiple documents open, now I've only got one open at the moment, so let's open something else. I'm going to also open up The Haunting of Willowbrook Manor, and I'm going to open up Training 1. So now I effectively have 3 Word documents only. And currently, if I want to be able to see all of those documents at the same time, I would have to minimize the document I'm working on to see this one, and then if I want to get the other one back, I'd need to go down to my taskbar and pull it back up that way. But what we could do here is go to View, and we could choose Arrange All. Now, if we hover over it, says stack your open windows so you can see all of them at once. So I'm going to click on Arrange All, and you can see what that does. It stacks them one on top of the other. Now, I'm not saying that this is the greatest way to display these documents, but it can be quite useful for comparing 2 documents together. Now, you'll notice that with these, the majority of the space is being taken up by the ribbon. So this is where we could actually choose to hide the ribbon. Now, to hide the ribbon temporarily, if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen and click the little drop down, we could choose Show Tabs Only. And that's going to collapse up the ribbon so we could see a bit more of the document. So I could go through and do that on all of these different windows. So let's say Show Tabs Only. And again, I still can't see a great deal. So in general, I wouldn't use this view for any more than 2 documents. Now, to come out of this view, you just need to click on the little square in the top right-hand corner, and that will maximize the page out again. And if you want to get your ribbons back, just click on any ribbon to display it, and then click that drop down again and choose Always Show Ribbon. So you have that Arrange All option. I have to say, I don't really like that option so much. I much prefer View Side by Side. So if we click on this, it's going to ask me if I want to compare these 2 documents side by side. So let's say OK, and now I can see both of those documents on my screen. And because of the way they're arranged, it's really easy for me to see all the text within the documents. Also, one thing to note about this option is notice that when I scroll in one document, it scrolls at the same time in the other document as well. And this is what we call synchronous scrolling. Now, because we have these squished into each half of the screen, notice that Word automatically collapses up the ribbon. So now if we want to see some of our options, we need to go back to the Window tab and notice that we have synchronous scrolling toggled on. So if you didn't want these to scroll at the same time, you would just need to deselect this. And now when I scroll, it only scrolls in that document. So just be aware of that. Now, one really useful way to use synchronous scrolling is sometimes you might have a document, let's say this one just here, which is the synopsis of a book. Maybe I want to compare changes between two documents. Maybe I've sent this document to somebody else and they've made some changes, and now I want to compare the changed document with the original. This is where I find that option particularly useful, because when you view side by side and you have synchronous scrolling turned on, you can literally go line by line through the document and it's a lot easier to see. The new window button is going to allow you to open the same document in a new window. So we effectively have two copies of this particular document. You could then choose to arrange these side by side again. And if you're using Windows 11, we do have a snapping feature that allows us to do this as well. So I could pick up this document, drag it all the way over to the right, let go, and it's going to snap into place. I could then choose the other document to snap into the other half of the screen. Now, the disadvantage of using snapping as opposed to view side by side in Word is that you can't specify if you want synchronous scrolling turned on. Snapping is a Windows feature and not a Word feature. But sometimes I find that so much quicker than using view side by side. So I'll leave it up to you to decide which method you prefer. Now, finally, let's talk about zoom. We have a group in the middle here which allows us to zoom in and zoom out of our document. So if I click on zoom, it's going to pop up a little zoom box, which is going to allow me to specify the percentage of zoom, or I can choose one of these presets. I can zoom into the page width, the text width, the whole page. So if I was to choose page width and click on OK, it's basically going to zoom in until the edges of the pages are all the way to both sides. If I want to get back to 100% zoom, which is the default, I have a 100% button just here, keyboard shortcut Control+0. Now currently I'm viewing one page of my document, but I could choose to view multiple pages as well. So I like this view when I'm just trying to get an overall sense of how my document is laid out and what it looks like if it flows together. It's easier to get a sense of that when you're looking at multiple pages. And of course, if you want to come out of here, you can click on 100% to go back to 100% zoom. And don't forget that in the status bar at the bottom, we also have a zoom slider, which is going to allow us to zoom in or zoom out of our document. And if you have a scroll wheel on your mouse, you can hold down Control to zoom out or zoom back in. So lots of different methods you can use there to arrange and zoom in and out of your documents. It's time now to do exercise 4. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the file exercise 4 the solar system.docx from the exercise files folder. I'd like you to switch into draft view and toggle on the style area width pane. And I'd like you to be able to answer the question, which heading level is applied to the heading the sun? I'd then like you to view the document in the Immersive reader. I'd like you to change the page background to purple and also show syllables. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to open the file the solar system.docx from the exercise files folder. And then I asked you to switch into draft view. So we're going to jump up to the view tab, go to the views group, and we're going to choose draft. Now I also asked you to make sure that you have the style area width pane turned on. So we're going to go up to file, down into options, and we want to jump into the advanced page. And if we scroll down to the display section, this is what we're looking for, style area pane width in draft and outline views. So currently mine is set to 0 inches. I'm just going to change that to 2. Click on OK, and now we have our little style area width pane on the left hand side. And of course we can resize this by dragging this in and out. I then asked you to be able to answer the question, what style is applied to the heading the sun? And if we scroll down, here is that heading, and I can see that heading 2 is applied to that heading. I then asked you to switch into the Immersive reader. So once again on the view ribbon, we're going to click Immersive reader. And I asked you to change the page color to purple. So there's a few different purples in here. Let's just go for that lighter one, and also turn on syllables. That is it. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next lesson. We're going to start this section of the course by taking a look at entering and formatting text. And this may seem like something that is super basic, but I guarantee there are a few tips and tricks you'll pick up in this lesson. Now, I've just created a new blank document, and if I click my mouse, you can see the cursor is flashing away flush with the left-hand margin, ready for me to start typing. And one thing you need to remember when you're typing in a document is that the default behavior is for the text to wrap around when we get to the end of a line. For example, I've just typed this line of text in and I haven't had to press enter when I get to the end of the line. It just automatically wraps round. And that is the default behavior when you're working in a Word document. If you did, however, want to maybe break the line after the word formatting, if you press the enter key, that's going to do that, and that will be appropriate for you in certain situations. I'm going to backspace to put everything back onto the same line. Now, we need a bit more text in here, so I'm going to delete out everything we have here. I'm selecting my text and pressing delete. So I've shown you previously the little rand trick to get random text into a document, but it's also worth noting that there is another little formula trick you can use to get junk text into a document. So we could use lorem instead of rand. We're going to say we want 20 paragraphs of 3 lines each. Close the bracket, hit enter, and this time we get lorem ipsum dummy text. Now the font in use by default in your document is the font that comes with whatever current theme you have applied in Word. So again, if we go up to the Design tab and check out themes, you can see I'm using the standard Office theme. And the default font that comes with this Office theme is Aptos. Now, if you're looking at this thinking, I thought the default font for documents in Word was Calibri, well, there has been an update recently, and the default theme's colors have been changed, and also the default font in use. And it's now changed to Aptos font. But what you'll notice is that if we hover our mouse over any of these other themes, you can see that the font changes. So we have different font styles for each of these themes. So just be aware of that. It's your theme that controls your default font. And if we go to the Home tab and take a look in the font group, we can see there it says Aptos Body. Now, if you want to modify the font, let's say of this first paragraph, I'm going to make my selection first of all, Control Shift down arrow to select that first paragraph, and then we can go in and make our changes. So if I wanted to change the font, I can click the drop down, and you can see right at the top it's showing me my theme fonts. We then have recently used fonts, and then underneath that we have a big long list of all fonts available in Word. And of course, if you can't see the specific one that you want, you can install that from sites like Font Squirrel or Google Fonts. It's also worth noting that you don't necessarily have to click that drop down and scroll up and down looking for the font that you want. You can simply click in the box up here, and if you know the name of the font, you can type it in. So if I start to type Tahoma, it's picked it up, I can press enter, and it's going to apply that font to that first paragraph. I can change the size by clicking the drop down just here and selecting from this list. Now notice these don't go up in even incrementals. It goes 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, then we jump to 14, 16, 18. So if I wanted to change this paragraph to 13 size font, we don't have it listed there. But again, we can simply type in what we want into this little box. So if I type in 13 and press enter, it's going to apply that font size. And next to that, we have our increase font size and our decrease font size buttons. And these both come with keyboard shortcuts. And you can see those in the screen tip. So if I wanted to make this font bigger, I can click this button and it will jump it up incrementally. So if I click it once, it's going to go to 14, click it again, 16, which is effectively the next one in the list. Next one is 18, and I can go back the other way. The button next to this is related to the case. So we can change this first paragraph to sentence case, basically what we have already. We can change it to lowercase, uppercase, we can capitalize each word, or we can toggle the case. So if I needed this to be all in uppercase, I could select that and it's going to change it. So this button is also really good if you've ever had the issue where you've started typing and you haven't realized that you've got caps lock on. You could come to this button just here and change it to capitalize each word, and it's going to change that for you. So a really useful little button. Now, as we've already seen, we have bold, underline and italics. So we can click these, they act as a toggle. We can click once to turn on, click again to turn off. And each of these have their own keyboard shortcuts of Control B, Control I and Control U respectively. Now notice with underline, this one comes with a little drop down because we have a few different choices when it comes to how we're underlining our text. So the default is simply to underline with a solid black line, but if you wanted a double underline, you've got that there, a thicker line, a dashed line, a dotted line, so on and so forth. And of course you can change the underline color. So maybe I want to underline in purple and maybe I want a double underline instead. So don't forget that you have those options as well. Now I'm going to Control Z just to remove that underline. Next to that, we have the strike through button. So if you want to strike through something, you can do that. Again, this is a toggle. And then we have subscript and superscript. So these are used when you need to have very small letters just below or above the line of text. So a good example would be if we had the word H2O for water in a sentence, the 2 is normally smaller and above the line. So we could select the 2 and then we could click superscript and it's going to change that. So just be aware of those buttons as well. Now, if we want to jazz up our paragraph a little bit, we have some text effect options just here. Now, I would say that these probably work best for a heading or if you're doing something like a poster, but don't forget you have these different styles just here that you can choose, and then you can modify each element of whichever style you select. So we could select this one, and then if we didn't particularly like that outline border, we could choose to say no outline, which is going to remove it, and we just have that kind of gradient fill. So you would effectively select your text effect and then you can click into these to make any modifications like removing shadows, reflections and glows. Moving along, we have highlight. So this is quite good if you need to highlight something in a document. So maybe I want to highlight this piece of text just here. I can click the highlighter, or if I don't like the default yellow, I can click the drop down and choose a different highlight color from the gallery. And of course, we can change our font color. Again, if we click this drop down, we're going to be able to see our theme color palette. We're going to be able to see standard colors. And then if we want something more specific, we can click on more colors. We can choose from this little color wheel, or we can go across to custom and we can get really granular about the color that we're using. Click on OK to apply that color. And just above, we have a clear formatting button. So if I click this, it's basically going to clear all of the formatting and set that font back to how it was originally. And the final thing to mention here is if we click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of the font group, it's going to open up some more options. Now on the font tab, we basically have the same options that we have on the ribbon. We do have another font style in here of bold italic. That's just going to apply bold and italic formatting at the same time. But pretty much all of these are available on the ribbons. If we jump across to the advanced tab, this is where we can do things like change the character spacing. So what I could do here is where it says spacing normal, I could go for expanded and I could say I want to expand it by 2.4. Let's click on OK. And you can see what that does. So I've now applied bold italic formatting and we now have more space between the characters. So don't forget about that advanced formatting tab as well. And if it all goes wrong, you've got your trusty Control Z, which will take you back to how you were previously. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use cut, copy and paste to move text around. And fortunately, if you've used cut, copy and paste in other Microsoft applications such as Excel or PowerPoint, then it pretty much works exactly the same way in Word. Now, the first thing to establish is the difference between cutting and copying. When we cut text and paste it somewhere else, we're effectively moving that text to a new location. Whereas when we copy it, we're making a copy, a duplicate of it, and moving the copy to another location. So let's scroll down. And let's say that we want to move chapter 2. So I'm going to select this entire paragraph, and I'm going to do that by clicking in the margin and just dragging down. And with this paragraph selected, I'm going to cut it. Now, when it comes to cutting text from a document, you can use a few different methods. You could right-click your mouse, and in the contextual menu, we have a cut option. Alternatively, you can jump up to the home ribbon and notice in the first group here, Clipboard, we have a pair of scissors that is also cut. And then the third method we can use is the keyboard shortcut Control X. And that's what I'm going to use just here. So Control X will cut it out. You can see that it disappears. And then I can scroll to a different location in the document. So let's just go all the way down to the bottom to keep this simple. I'm going to get myself onto a new line, and then I can paste it. Now, again, there are a few different ways you can paste. You can right click and you have paste, and notice here we have a few different paste options. Now we're going to talk about paste options in a couple of lessons time. If you just want to do a plain old paste, you can click the top half of this paste button on the home ribbon. Notice that this is what we call a double-sided button. So the top half will do a plain paste, whereas the bottom half will allow you to access those paste options again. And the keyboard shortcut for a plain paste is Control V. So let's do Control V, and it's going to retain the formatting. Now, what about if we wanted to copy this instead? Well, again, we can select and we can right click and choose copy. Alternatively, we can go to the home ribbon and we have a copy button just here, or we can use the keyboard shortcut Control C. Now, notice this time it doesn't remove this paragraph from the document because we're doing a copy. I can then do Control V to paste that in, and I now have chapter 2 listed twice. Now, another thing to notice is that when you do cut or copy text and then paste it, you're going to get this little tag pop up on the right hand side. And you'll see this occasionally when you're working in Word. If we click this, again, this is going to open up some paste options. So if I wanted to change the way that I'm pasting this, and as I said, we are going to talk more about this in a couple of lessons time, I can simply choose one of the icons just there to paste this text in a slightly different way. That might be pasting it without any of the formatting, or pasting it as a picture, or merging the formatting with the current document. There's lots of different things that we have beneath paste options. But in its simplest form, that is how you cut, copy and paste text from one part of the document to another. One thing you need to remember about working with the clipboard is that your PC has two clipboards. It has a Windows clipboard and it also has an Office clipboard. So what is the difference between these two? Well, when we do a very basic copy and paste, we use the Windows clipboard, and that allows us to copy and paste one piece of content at a time. As soon as you copy a new piece of content, the old piece is deleted. For example, if we take the first paragraph in this document, let's select it. I'm going to press Control C, and then I'm going to give myself some space just here, and I'm going to press Control V to make a copy. So I've copied one piece of content from one place to another, but if I was to copy something else, let's say this second paragraph, Control C, the old paragraph that I copied is now deleted. And the only thing I can paste is the item, or the paragraph in this case, that I've just copied. So the default when you're just doing Control C, Control V to copy and paste content is to use the Windows clipboard, which allows you to paste one item at a time. Now I'm going to Control Z just to take this document to how it was previously. Now the Office clipboard works in a slightly different way because it has what we refer to as slots. The Office clipboard can hold up to 24 pieces of information, with each piece being held in its own separate slot. And then we can choose which pieces of content from which slot we want to paste, and we can paste those individually, or we can paste everything that we've copied all at once. So this time we're going to use the Office clipboard. We're going to jump up to the Home tab, and in this first group that's called Clipboard, if you want to bring up the clipboard, you just need to click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner. This is going to open up a clipboard pane on the left-hand side, and you can see anything that you currently have stored on your clipboard. Now we're going to start again, so I'm going to click on Clear All to remove all of those items. Now what you'll see is that when we start copying things from our document, we store them on this clipboard. So if I select this first paragraph and do Control C, you can see it's grabbed it and placed it on the clipboard. I could grab, let's say, the third paragraph, Control C, and place it on the clipboard. And I could carry on going, copying whatever I need to the clipboard. So this is really a collection area. Once we've collected our items, we can then choose if we want to paste these individually or if we want to paste the entire lot together. So if I make some space up here, I could say that maybe I want to paste this paragraph of text where my cursor is currently flashing. I can simply click to insert it into the document. Alternatively, if we press Ctrl Z, instead of clicking, we can click the drop down just here and choose Paste from the menu instead. And another thing that we could do is we could paste everything that we have in the clipboard all in one go. And it is worth remembering that what you copied first is going to be at the bottom just here. So if I just wanted to paste everything that I have in here, I could choose Paste All, and it's going to paste everything from that reading pane. So the clipboard serves as a collection area, allowing you to cut or copy what you want and paste it where you want. Final point to mention here is that we do have some clipboard options. Right at the bottom, we have a little options button. If we open this up, you can see we have some customizations we can make. Now I have the bottom two selected here, so show Office Clipboard icon on taskbar and also show status near taskbar when copying. So when you have this selected, what's going to happen when you copy text is that you're going to get a little pop-up in the bottom right-hand corner that just shows that you've copied that item to the clipboard. The top three options are really related to how we want to invoke the clipboard. So we could choose to show the Office Clipboard automatically whenever we open a document. Now for me, that is a little bit overkill, but the option is there. We can show the Office Clipboard when Control C is pressed twice. Sometimes people find that more efficient if they're already working with the keyboard. Or we can collect items without showing the Office Clipboard. So just be aware that you can make some minor customizations. Once you're done with the clipboard, you simply need to click on the cross to close it down. A really cool time-saving utility when you're working with your Word documents is the Format Painter. And what the Format Painter does in its most basic form is it allows us to copy, formatting, and then paste it somewhere else. And this can be a lifesaver, particularly if you have a long document that contains lots of formatting and you want to copy that formatting to different parts of the document. So let's see how the Format Painter works. Now I have a document open on the screen. It's just a basic document about using the Format Painter. And you can see that this document has some numbered list items in it. Now list item number 1, notice that this is formatted differently from every other list item in this document. I have some italic formatting applied, and I've also changed the color to this purple color. Now maybe I decide that I really like the way that that looks and I want to copy that formatting across to all of these other list items in this document. Well, we can do that using the Format Painter. Now you might be thinking to yourself, well, why would I want to do that? Because it doesn't take me very long to click the italic button and change the font color. That is true. And if you only have maybe one piece of formatting applied to your text that you want to apply to another piece of text, then it might be quicker for you to just simply use the tools in the font group on the home ribbon. However, you will find that there are some pieces of text and even images or shapes that have been heavily formatted, and that is where the Format Painter comes in handy because you don't have to go in and apply all of the properties individually. So let's select our piece of text. Notice on the home ribbon in the clipboard group, we have this little paintbrush icon, and this is the Format Painter. And in the screen tip, it says, like the look of a particular section, you can apply that look to other content in the document. To get started, select the content with the formatting that you like, which is what we've actually done. Click Format Painter and select something else to automatically apply the formatting. It's also worth noting that there is a keyboard shortcut to activate the Format Painter of Alt-Control-C. Now we're going to click the Format Painter, and notice that when we do click on it, it kind of toggles on. So this is another little toggle button. I can see that we've got it turned on because it's now highlighted in grey. And when I hover my mouse over my document, notice how my cursor has changed to that little paintbrush icon. So this means I'm now in Format Painter mode, and I can simply click and drag over the text where I want to paint that formatting. And there we go, we've copied that formatting across. Now notice as soon as I use my Format Painter once, I no longer have the little paintbrush icon on my cursor. Also notice in the Clipboard group that Format Painter is now deactivated. So this is a really important point. If you only click the Format Painter once, you can only use it once, and then it will automatically deactivate. If I need to do lots of paintings, if I want to go through and do the rest of these list items, I need to double click on the Format Painter. So this time let's select our text, and I'm going to double click on the Format Painter, and then I can paint once, and notice that it doesn't deactivate. I can just carry on going through painting the rest of the text. Now, when you want to come out of Format Painter mode, you simply need to click the Format Painter toggle in the Clipboard group, or you can press the Escape key on your keyboard to deactivate. Now, in this example, we were just copying and pasting format from one piece of text to another. But right at the bottom of this document, I have 3 circle shapes. And notice that they're all formatted slightly differently. This one is blue with a dark blue border. We then have pink with a slightly thicker light grey border, and then we have a green circle that doesn't have any border. Now maybe I want to make all of these shapes look consistent. Maybe I want them all to look like this first blue one. We can use the Format Painter to copy formatting from one shape to another as well, so it doesn't just apply to text. And we would do it in exactly the same way. So with this circle selected, I'm going to double click the Format Painter, and all I need to do is click on the pink circle, click on the green circle, hit Escape to deactivate. So the Format Painter is super useful. Key takeaway points here: double click if you've got lots of painting to do, and it can be used on many different things, not just text. I mentioned in a previous lesson that when we're working with cut, copy and paste, we also have access to paste options. And paste options really just allow us to control how exactly we're pasting our piece of text. So in this lesson, we're going to explore some of them so you understand what each one of them do, because again, this can be a really good time saver. Now, I've created a quick document. Again, I've just used junk text for this. And in this document, the first paragraph is formatted slightly different to the rest of it. So you can see here the first paragraph is in italics and the font is also green. Also notice if we scroll down the document a little bit further, I actually have a section break just here, and we'll talk more about section breaks later on in the course. But then on the next page after the section break, I have more text, but that text is a different style. So when I say a different style, it's a completely different font. So in the top half just here, we're using Aptos font, and then in this section down here, we're using Cambria font. Also notice that this font is in a dark blue color. So we basically have different formatting applied to different parts of this document. Now I'm going to press Control Home to jump back up to the top. Now maybe I want to cut this first paragraph just here, paste it elsewhere in the document, but keep it looking exactly the same. So I want it to still have the italic and the green formatting. Now, if we want to do that, we can simply select it. Let's do Control X to cut, and maybe I want to paste it down here. Now, if I just press Control V, it's going to keep that source formatting. That is the default that I have set. But notice whenever you paste anything in, you always get this little tag, this little smart tag pop up. And this is where we can actually define how we want to paste that in. So it's done the default paste, which is to keep the source formatting. But I could choose to paste it without the formatting, effectively keeping the text only. And check out what happens if I were to select that one. It looks like the rest of the document. It doesn't have the formatting. I could also choose to paste this as a picture. Now, if I were to select this option, this basically turns this piece of text into a picture, which we can then pick up and move around, and we have access to a picture format ribbon and all of the picture format options. So I could put a border around it, for example. Now, I don't think that looks particularly great, so I'm going to undo a few times to put our text back to the top of the document. So when I did just a Control V, the default was to keep the source formatting. Now you can change what your default paste is. Now let's take a look at a slightly different scenario. Let's select this paragraph again. I'm going to Control C. And now what about if I scroll down to this section of the document where we have different font applied? What about if I want to paste it into here? Well, again, if I do a Control V, because my default is to keep the source formatting, it's going to bring that formatting with it. However, if I wanted it to blend in with the style on this page, all I would need to do is click the little drop down just here, and I have two options. I could choose to merge formatting. Now check out what happens there. It's merging the formatting instead. So it's applying the font, the Cambria font, but it's still keeping the italics. If I wanted it to look exactly the same as everything else in this section of the document, I would need to keep text only. And as soon as I do that, it's just going to allow it to match everything that surrounds it. So look out for this little tag when you're pasting in. Also note that on the home ribbon, when you're doing a paste, if you click the lower half of the paste button, that's going to give you those same paste options. And if you want to check what your default paste option is, you can go to Set Default Paste. It's going to jump you across into Word Options. And if you scroll down to the Cut, Copy and Paste section, you can see here what your defaults are. So you can see here, pasting within the same document, my default is to keep that source formatting. If I'm pasting between documents, my default is to merge formatting. So effectively what I paste is going to take on the format of the document I'm pasting it into. Now I could change these if I wanted to. I can simply click the drop down and choose maybe keep text only or merge formatting. That's entirely up to you and a personal preference, so make sure you check those options. But that is basically how paste options work. It's just a quick way of being able to control exactly how your text is pasted into the document. In this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can use the Find and Replace tool in Word to quickly find specific things in your document and replace them with other things. And to demonstrate this, what I've actually done is I've actually been onto ChatGPT to generate the text in this document. So I logged on to ChatGPT, and this is the prompt that I gave it. Explain in detail how the Find and Replace tool works in Word 365. And then it gave me all of this big explanation. So I simply clicked on the copy button and I copied it into a blank Word document. And that is what you see here. And this is exactly how the formatting and everything came across from ChatGPT. Now I can see immediately in here we have some things that we need to tidy up. You can see that we have a double asterisk at the beginning and end of each of these headings. Now I don't want those in there, so I'm going to want to get rid of them. I can also see that I have a blank line in between each of these different items, and maybe I don't want that black line in there either. I also have some dashes in here that I don't necessarily want. Maybe I want to replace these with actual bullet points in Word to make them look a little bit more consistent. So there's lots of things in here that I don't want, or I want to replace with something else. So we're going to use Find and Replace to help us do this more efficiently, because scrolling through this document and manually deleting out all of the asterisks is going to take a long time. Now you're going to find your Find and Replace tool in a couple of different places. You can go to the Home ribbon, and all the way over in the Editing group, notice we have a Find button and a Replace button. Now if you just click on Find, it's going to open up a pane on the side which allows you to find specific text in your document, and it will allow you to replace it from here as well. Now if we close down this pane and click on Replace, this is going to jump us across to the Find and Replace dialog. Now I prefer to use this, but it is entirely up to you. You might prefer to use that task pane underneath Find. Now this will always hold in it the last find that you did, so I'm going to delete out that little dash because I was searching for that earlier. Now the first thing we need to do here is define what we want to find and then what we want to replace it with. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get it to find every occurrence of a double asterisk, and I'm going to say replace it with nothing because we just want to delete them. So I can type in 2 asterisk and then I'm going to say replace with nothing. So I'm going to leave this blank. When we click on replace all, you can see it's made 28 replacements. Click on OK, and if you now look in the document, you can see that all of those have gone. How much quicker is that than doing it manually? What else do I want to replace in here? Well, I mentioned these dashes in here, so let's find every occurrence of a dash. And again, I'm going to say replace with nothing. So let's do replace all, click on OK, and you can see it's removed those dashes as well. Now, something that I find really useful when working with formatting is to turn on the show hide markers. So on the Home tab in the paragraph group, we have this little paragraph symbol. Now, if we click on this, it's basically going to show you underlying formatting. So we can now see these little paragraph markers throughout the document, wherever we have the end of a paragraph, wherever we have a blank line. And we can also see that for things like this underneath point 1, we have some manual spaces in here. So remember, this did come across from ChatGPT, so we've definitely got some formatting issues that we're going to want to sort out. So let's get rid of these spaces in between using find and replace, and then we'll deal with these little space marks just here. Now, another way that you can very quickly pull up the find and replace dialog box is to press Control H. Now, if you want to find paragraph marks and replace with nothing, for example, what you need to do here is click in the Find What box, expand more, and then right at the bottom, this is where you have some additional options. We have a format menu and we have a special menu. So if you wanted to find and replace specific formatting in this document, you would choose the format button. But if you want to look for a special character, in this case a paragraph mark, you can click special and see a whole big list of different special characters. Now, effectively what I want to do here is I want to search for double paragraph marks. So wherever we have a sentence ending with a paragraph mark and then another one underneath, I want to replace it with just one paragraph mark. So we're going to say search for paragraph mark, which gives us this little symbol in the Find What box, and we're going to add another one so that we're looking for 2 paragraph markers, and we're going to replace with just 1 paragraph mark. Let's click on Replace All. You can see it's made 11 replacements, and if we take a look at the document, that's pretty much what I wanted it to do. So it's now deleted those blank lines in between each of these different points. So let's go back into Control H again. Don't forget that you can search for special characters and replace with other special characters as well. Now, when it comes to dealing with these manual spaces that we have, these little dots in here, we can use Find and Replace to replace those as well. But this is inconsistent. I don't have 4 dots at the beginning of every item. Sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 6, so on and so forth. Now, there isn't really too much of a way to get around this, but we can get most of the job done using Find and Replace. So this time I want to search for 4 spaces. Now, you might think that you type in 4 dots, but you actually don't. In the Find What box, you'll need to do 4 spaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we want to replace with nothing. And when we do replace all, you can see it's made 21 replacements. And if we look at the document, particularly this first line just here, you can see that it's got rid of those dots. I could then go through and maybe do the same to look for 2 spaces. So let's do that. Let's look for 2 spaces, 1, 2, and replace with nothing. Let's do replace all. It's made 9 replacements. So you can see that using this method is going to be so much quicker than manually doing it yourself. So now that I've done that, I'm going to turn off my paragraph marks so the document looks a bit cleaner, and I might want to go through and apply bold headings to all of these different points to make them stand out. So I've quickly gone through the document and applied this bold formatting, but again, if I wanted to change all of the bold formatting in this document to a different color, for example, we could use Find and Replace. So the formatting that we're looking for is basically anything that is Aptos 12 bold. So when we do Control H to bring up the replace box, we can expand more. We want to go down to Format and into Font because we want to find everything in this document that is bold, and click on OK. Notice now underneath the Find What box, it's looking for everything with the format font bold. And we want to replace it with, let's click on Format again and go to Font. And all I want to do here is basically change the color. So let's choose this purple color, bold, click on OK. So now when I click on Replace All, you should find that it's made 10 replacements. And now I have all of those headings in that document in a purple font. And we've really tidied up that formatting simply by using the Find and Replace tool. Two more recent additions to Word 365 are the dictation and transcription tools. And both of these are so useful and cool when it comes to getting text into documents. Now we're going to look at both of these and we're going to start out with dictation. Now if we go up to the home ribbon, notice over in the voice group we have a dictate button. Now this is one of those two-way buttons very similar to our paste button over here. Now with two-way buttons we can click the top half or we can click the bottom half. Now if I was to click the top half of this button, it's going to go straight into dictation. Now notice the screen tip. It says now use voice typing to author content and voice commanding for a more hands-off experience. And notice the keyboard shortcut of Alt plus apostrophe. Now if we click the lower half of this button, this is where we can determine if we want to dictate or if we want to transcribe. Now what is the difference between these two? Well, dictation is going to allow us to speak, and the words that we say will automatically be added into the Word document. So this option is brilliant for anybody who's maybe visually impaired or maybe somebody who has problems with their wrists, making it hard for them to type. It's also good for efficiency. Most of us can speak quicker than we can type, so if you work in an industry which requires a lot of typing, then this can be a really useful option. Now transcribing will basically convert speech to a text transcript. So if you have a recording of, let's say, a meeting or an event, if you have that as an MP4 file or some other kind of audio file, you can upload it into Word and Word will automatically transcribe and create a document based off of the audio in the audio file. So let's start with dictation. Now I'm going to click the drop down. Let's go to Dictate and notice we get this little floating toolbar on the right hand side. Now the first thing I would do, particularly if this is the first time that you're using dictation, is click on the cog icon to open up your dictation settings, because you want to check a couple of things in here. For example, you want to check that you have the spoken language set correctly. Now obviously I'm sure you can tell by my accent I am from the UK, so I could change this to English United Kingdom, and then I need to select my microphone. Now you might not be using a microphone like I am here, you might just be using your laptop audio or your PC audio, but just make sure you have that selected from the drop down just here. So I need to select my microphone, and you can now see as soon as I do that, these bars are going up and down, showing that it's recognizing and picking up my voice. We can also say if we want to enable auto punctuation. So yeah, why not? Let's try and get some punctuation in there as I'm speaking. And I'm also going to filter out sensitive phrases. So when I click on Save, if I want to start dictating, I just need to click on the little microphone button just here. So I'm going to click to start the dictation, and you should find that whatever I am speaking is going to start appearing on the page, like it is right now. And you can see it should hopefully start to put in some punctuation as well. I can't see any in here as yet. Maybe it doesn't think that it requires it. So I can carry on speaking and it's going to pick up everything that I'm saying. And you can see there it has actually picked up a full stop, which is perfect. Now notice the one thing that it's not going to do is it's not going to separate off paragraphs, things like that. You're going to need to go in and do that manually yourself afterwards. But in terms of actually getting text quickly into a document, this is a brilliant method. When you want to stop dictating, all you need to do is click on the Stop Dictation button again on the floating toolbar. So let's stop dictating. So I think dictation is pretty cool. Now, I don't actually want this, so let's Control A to select everything, and I'm just going to press Delete on my keyboard. Because we can now look at the second option that we have, which is transcription. Now, I've already prepared an audio recording of me reading out a synopsis for a crime thriller that's been generated by ChatGPT. And I've saved that off in a folder on my PC as an MP4 file. So what I could now do is I could go to Dictate, Transcribe, and notice in here it's asking me to upload audio or start recording. Now we're going to upload audio in a moment, but what is this start recording button? Well, imagine you're in a lecture, for example, and your teacher is speaking. You could choose start recording and it's going to transcribe everything that they're saying. Now obviously this comes with quite a few different caveats. In order for it to pick up what your teacher is saying, you need to be close enough and they need to be speaking loud enough for it to be picked up accurately by whatever device you're using. Another thing worth noting here is that you do need to be careful with this option. For example, if you're in a very sensitive HR meeting, you're probably not going to want to start recording unless you've got prior permission. But if you simply want to record something that's being said and nobody else has a problem, or you want to record a lecture, then you can start recording from directly within Word. Alternatively, if you recorded on another device and you have a file to upload, you can click on Upload Audio, which is exactly what we're going to do. Now, here is my file. It's called Shadows of Deceit. As I said, this is a synopsis for a crime thriller from ChatGPT. Now, it is an MP4 format. Let's click on Open, and you can see it's now uploading it to OneDrive and also transcribing the audio file. And there we go, it's uploaded it and I can now see the transcription below. Now it was just me speaking throughout the entire thing, so you can see here it says speaker 1 the entire way through. But this will pick up when voices change, so that you can see who spoke or who said which parts. Now with all of these, you do have an opportunity to edit the transcript section. So I would definitely recommend that you have a read through, and I can see here this has actually worked really well, but we can click on edit and then we can change this. So I'm going to say that this was me, so I'm going to type my name and let's say change all speaker 1 because it's always me. Let's click on confirm, and now we have a pretty decent transcript. Above we can listen to it, so I can click on play. Shadows of Deceit. Synopsis. In the pulsating metropolis of New York, I can rewind, I can fast forward, I can even change the playback speed to make it play back quicker, and I've got a volume button just here. Now once you've checked the transcript in this little task pane, you can add each section on its own by clicking the plus button just here to add the section to the document. If you want to add everything, you can simply click at the bottom, add to document, and then you can choose what you want to add. So just the text with the speakers, with the timestamps, or with everything. So I'm going to say add this with speakers and timestamps. That's going to put it into the document and check out what we have. We have a link to the file at the top just here because it's been uploaded to OneDrive first. So we can now get to the original MP4. Then we have transcript as the title, and then we can see timestamps and who is actually speaking. Now, I'm not sure what you think, but I think Dictate and Transcribe are two brilliant additions to Word 365. Have a play around with them, and I will see you in the next lesson. It's time now to do exercise 5. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the file exercise 5 William Shakespeare.docx from the exercise files folder. I'd then like you to find all bold headings in the document and replace them with the following properties: font weight bold, font, Aptos or Calibri, font size 18 points, font color orange. I'd then like you to copy the formatting that's applied to the first photo of William Shakespeare and apply it to the photo of Macbeth on page 3. And then finally, I'd like you to move the paragraphs titled Histories and Poetry above the paragraph titled Tragedies. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to find all of the bold headings in this document and replace them with different properties. So for this, we're going to use Find and Replace. So you could either go to the Home ribbon and click on the Replace button, or alternatively, you can press the keyboard shortcut Control-H. Let's just remove anything that we have in there previously. And what we're looking for here is basically just formatting. We're looking for bold formatting and we want to replace it with other formatting. So when we're finding and replacing formatting, we need to expand more. And want to make sure we're clicked in the Find What box. We're going to go to Format and to Font because we're looking for everything that is bold, and just to make sure we get it correct, I'm going to select the font, which is Aptos. So that's what we're looking for. Let's click on OK. And we're going to replace it with, again, let's make sure we're clicked in the Replace With box. We're going to go back to Format, into Font, and we want to replace it with Aptos font. We still want it to be bold, but we want it to be 18 points. And we want the font color to be orange. Let's click on OK, and let's click on Replace All. You can see it's made 15 replacements. We can click on OK and close this window down and check to make sure that that's applied. I can see that now all of my headings are in that much larger font and they're coloured in orange. So that has worked perfectly. The next thing I asked you to do was to copy the formatting that's applied to the first picture of William Shakespeare and apply it to the image on page 3 of Macbeth. Now this has actually been moved down onto page 4 because we've got this increased size of our headings. So this is the image we want to apply it to. If we scroll up to the top, you will notice that with this image of Shakespeare, we do have a bit of formatting applied. You can see that we have rounded corners, we have a shadow effect in the background, and we also have a reasonably thick orange border around the outside. Now, if we want to copy formatting from one picture to another, we can simply use our Format Painter. That is by far the quickest method. So let's click on the image, go to the Home ribbon, and click on the Format Painter once. I can then scroll down to page 4 and simply click on this image to apply that exact same formatting. The final thing I asked you to do was to move the paragraphs History and Poetry, which are right at the bottom, above the paragraph labelled Tragedies. So there are numerous different ways that you could do this. I'm going to open up the clipboard. I'm going to select my paragraphs and I'm going to do Control-X because we're doing a move, not a copy. That's going to collect these items on the clipboard, and then I can scroll up, give myself some room above Tragedies, and then I can simply click from the clipboard to insert those in. And remember, if they insert in without the formatting, we can click the little tag here and we can choose to merge the formatting, which is going to bring that formatting across. That is all I need you to do in this particular exercise. I hope you got an okay with that, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this section of the course, we're going to start to talk about formatting paragraphs and alignment. And in this first lesson, we're just going to take a look at some of the basic rules when it comes to formatting paragraphs in your document. So I have a document open on the screen. Again, we just have some dummy text in here to practice with. Now you can see that I have numerous paragraphs throughout this document. And a paragraph is really just where one chunk of information ends and the next chunk begins. And in general, we create a new paragraph whenever we're sort of switching to a different point. And what you'll notice with Word is that if I was to backspace to make this all one paragraph, when you press the Enter key, it's automatically going to put in a bit of a larger line space to denote that this is a new paragraph. And all of these paragraphs can be formatted as one or independently of one another. For example, if I wanted to apply some formatting just to this first paragraph, I could select it. And of course, we know there are numerous different ways for selecting. I'm going to hover my mouse in the margin, click and drag down to select that first paragraph, and then we can apply the formatting that we want to use. Now again, remember when it comes to formatting, you're going to get this little floating toolbar pop up. Now some people really like this, other people find it quite annoying. I am going to show you in a moment how you can turn this off if you don't like it. But I am going to use it in this case, so let's make this first paragraph bold, let's maybe make the text a bit bigger, and let's make it purple. Click away, and we've formatted that first paragraph. I could then go through and do the same to the second paragraph and make this look completely different if I want to. So we can format paragraphs individually. Let's Control Z a couple of times just to undo all of that formatting. Now, another thing we can do if we select this first paragraph is we can change the way that this paragraph is aligned in this document. So by default, when you start typing paragraphs in a document, everything's always going to be aligned to the left-hand side. So the text is going to start flush with that left-hand margin. And if you take a look on the home ribbon in the paragraph group, you can see that left align. You can see that align left is selected by default. Now, when you have your text aligned to the left, we get what we call a ragged edge on the right-hand side. And that means that word just wraps round whenever it can't fit the next word on a line. So we don't end up with a nice uniform margin on the right hand side. Things don't line up exactly with that margin because it really depends on the text contained within the paragraph. So it will be aligned on the left hand side and look nice and neat, but you will get a ragged edge on the right hand side. Now, normally that's not a problem. This is standard with most documents that you'll see. Now, we can align our paragraphs in different ways, so let's select again, and I could choose to align to the center if I wanted to. Notice there is a keyboard shortcut for this of Control E. If I click this, it's going to do exactly what you would expect. It's going to align that first paragraph to the center of the page. So we get a completely different effect just there. And of course, we have an align right as well, keyboard shortcut Control R, which is going to give us the opposite of align left. Now we have a nice neat edge on the right hand side, and we have a raggedy edge on the left hand side. Now the final option, if we select that paragraph one last time, is justify. Keyboard shortcut Control J. Now what this will do is it will distribute your text evenly between the margins. So if you want to have a nice neat margin on both sides and not a raggedy edge, this is what justify will do for you. And this is in general, if you ever read a newspaper, newspapers always use justified columns so that everything lines up neatly. Now we have a nice neat end on both the left and the right. So how has it managed to achieve this? Because the text looks exactly the same. Well, what's actually happened here, and on this particular document it is very subtle, is that Word has automatically spread out the words in each line so that they fit exactly to those page margins. Now, it isn't particularly obvious just here using this font, but in some fonts that you use, you will see quite an exaggerated space when you use justified. But this is a good option if you want it to look nice and neat on both ends. Now, a couple of other things that we can do with this paragraph. If you notice, when we go up to the paragraph group, we have a shading option just here. So this is going to allow us to change the color behind the selected text, paragraph, or table cell. So if I was to select this, I could change the background color. And I like to use this when I'm putting together reference manuals. Sometimes there's certain paragraphs that I want to really stand out to the reader. Highlighting the background of a paragraph is a great way to do this. So I'm going to make this green, and then I could choose to maybe make the font bold to really make that stand out. I could even change the font to maybe a dark green so it ties in a little bit nicer with that background color. Another thing I could do is I could apply borders. Notice in the paragraph group we can wrap borders around the outside of paragraphs. So if I click the drop down just here, I could choose to add a bottom border. You can see what that looks like as I hover over. A top border is going to put a nice line across the top. We could have a left, we could have a right, we could have no border, we could have all borders, outside borders, so on and so forth. So if I wanted to have an outside border, I could choose this option. But what if I want that border to be a little bit thicker? Well, this is where I would go down to borders and shading, and then I can define how thick I want that line. So I'd like a solid line, but I want it to be a bit thicker than half a point. So let's make it 1.5 points. And then I can click on the diagram to choose where I want to add it. Now I want to add it around the outside, so I'm going to use these little preset buttons to apply to the top, to the bottom, to the left, and to the right. And we're applying it to the paragraph. Let's click on OK, and now I've got that nice border, and that paragraph really stands out from the rest of the document. It's important to know the options that you have when it comes to line and paragraph spacing when you're working in a Word document. Now I have the document that we're using in the last lesson loaded up on the screen, and we're going to start to play around with the line and paragraph spacing. So let's scroll down. Let's use this paragraph just here as our example. Now I'm going to highlight this paragraph and go up to the paragraph group because we have a few different options for line and paragraph spacing. Now the first one is this little icon just here. So it says choose how much space appears between lines of text or between paragraphs. To apply the same spacing to your whole document, use the paragraph spacing options on the Design tab. So that last point there is really important to know because there is default line and paragraph spacing already applied to your document. If we take a look at this document, for example, as we mentioned, if I was to click just here in front of the word to and press enter, that's basically going to be recognized as a new paragraph. And the amount of space between the previous line and the new paragraph is already defined automatically in Word. And that is controlled underneath the Design tab over in this little group just here where we have paragraph spacing. Now if we click the drop down, you can see that currently I'm using the default style set and I have different options in here. So if I hover over no paragraph space, you can see what that does. It collapses up all of that line spacing. And you can actually see the properties in the screen tip. So it's saying before the paragraph there's no spacing, after there's no spacing, and we just have a very small line space of 1. If I hover over compact, we get something slightly different. So this time before the paragraph there's no spacing, after there's 4 points, and we have a line spacing of 1. So we have all of these different options just here, each giving a slightly different effect. So you can choose any one of these style sets and it will apply it to the whole document. Now, most of the time, leaving it on the default is fine for the majority of people. If you want to customize your default, you can go down to custom paragraph spacing and you can get really detailed about exactly how much spacing you want. And you can see here, my default paragraph spacing is 0 points before, 8 points after, line spacing multiple at 1.16. Now, if I make any changes here and I want those changes to apply to all new documents that I create in the future, I can simply make my changes and then make sure I select new documents based on this template at the bottom. Otherwise, any changes I make to this style set are only going to apply to this document. Now, I'm not going to make any changes here. Let's click cancel and go back to the Home tab. Now, I only want to change my spacing on one particular paragraph. So I can select the paragraph and make line and paragraph spacing changes just for this paragraph, not the entire document. And I have a few different options. If I go up to this little line and paragraph spacing drop down again, I can choose to change the line spacing. And you'll see as I hover over each one of these, it's putting more and more space in between each line in that paragraph. I can choose to add space before or add space after. Or alternatively, I can jump into my line spacing options. Now this is going to open up the paragraph dialog box and jump us to the indents and spacing tab. Now we're going to talk about indents a bit later on. We're focusing on this section down here where it says spacing. And what you'll notice is that the default style set that we were looking at previously, there are those same properties. So 0 points before, after is 8, line spacing multiple at 1.16. So currently I'm just using the default spacing for this paragraph, but I can go in here and I can make changes. And I always find it really useful just to keep an eye on this little preview below so I can see exactly how my changes are going to affect my paragraph. Now, where we have before and after, this relates to the amount of space before the paragraph and after the paragraph. So this doesn't control the actual spacing between the lines in the paragraph. So just to make this really obvious, if I change before spacing to 30 points and click on OK, you can see what that's going to do. We now have quite a big space in between the end of the last paragraph and the beginning of this one. So 30 points before the paragraph. Let's select the paragraph again, and this time I'm going to click on the diagonal arrow, which is going to take me directly back into the same dialog box. Now I don't want 30 points, I'm going to change that back to 0. Now after, that's going to do a similar thing, except this time it's going to put space in after the paragraph. So again, if I take this up to 30 points and click on OK, you can see what that looks like. So really nice and straightforward. I'm going to take this back to the default of 8. Now, line spacing is currently set to multiple. I could have single line spacing, I could change it to 1.5 lines, and you can see how that preview is changing. So we've got a little bit more space depending on which option we choose. Now, if I go for at least, this is where I can use this little at field on the right hand side. So I could say put at least 20 point spacing in between each line in the paragraph. And that's the effect that we're going to get. I'm going to change this back to multiple. And once again, if we do make any changes in here and we want to set those as the default for all new documents, we have a set as default button at the bottom. Let's click on OK. So I'm going to change everything back to the default. Click on OK. And that is how you can set your paragraph and line spacing options by creating your own style set that you can use across different documents, or how you can change them for individual paragraphs only. It's time now to talk about non-printing characters. And non-printing characters in the context of a Word document relate to anything that's actually in your document, but we can't see on first glance and won't be printed. And there are many things that are classified as non-printing characters. For example, if you take a look at the document that we have open on the screen here, can you tell that I have a section break somewhere in this document? I think you'll find if you scroll through, there's nothing that we can actually see that indicates we have a section break in here. And that's because technically, a section break indicator isn't shown unless we choose to show it. And section break indicators also won't be printed if we choose to print this document. So I always advise people when they're working with the document, applying formatting, rearranging things, that they turn on non-printing characters, or as they're known in Word, show hide markers, so that you can see all of those underlying elements. It just makes your life a lot easier. So if we go up to the Home ribbon in the paragraph group, notice we have this little paragraph marker icon. And if we hover over, you can see that this is called Show Hide. So it says show paragraph marks and other hidden formatting symbols. This is especially useful for advanced layout tasks. And notice that there is also a keyboard shortcut in here of Control plus asterisk. So let's click this, and immediately the section break now becomes obvious. What we can now see is that we have a small dot in between each word. So that shows us where we have a space. A space is a non-printing character. And we can also see things like these little paragraph marks to denote the end of a paragraph. And we can see where we have any section breaks or line breaks. Now, by default, this little show hide tool is turned off. So your document is going to look like that. So you either need to remember to toggle it on, or you can change a setting within options so that this is permanently toggled on. So let's just quickly take a look at where that setting is. We're going to go to File and down to Options, and we want to stay on the General page. Now, whilst we're here, if you recall in a previous lesson where we were looking at formatting, I showed you how to use that little floating mini toolbar that pops up. Now, if you don't like that, this is where you can also come in order to turn that off. So if you don't like that coming up whenever you make a text selection, you can simply deselect this checkbox just here. Now, if we go across to the display page, this is where we can choose to always show certain formatting marks on the screen. So you can see I have two of these selected already, Object Anchors and Show All Formatting Marks. So if I wanted to permanently display, let's say, paragraph marks, for example, I could choose to select this and click on OK. And it doesn't matter if I have this toggled on or toggled off, I'm always going to see these paragraph marks at the end of the sentence. Now, these paragraph marks might seem, on first glance, fairly inconspicuous. They appear at the end of each paragraph to let us know that we are switching to a new paragraph. But these paragraph marks hold quite a lot of information. They basically hold all of the formatting information for the paragraph that they are attached to. So these are like little containers for instructions. Now, why am I telling you this? Why is this useful? Well, you might have come across a little problem when you're working in your Word documents. For example, if I were to select this paragraph, including the little paragraph marker, and change this to green text, if I only want this paragraph to be in green text and I then press enter and expect to start typing in black, it continues typing in green. Now that is because when we formatted the paragraph above, we included this little paragraph marker. And because this paragraph marker holds all of the instructions for the previous paragraph, when we press enter, it's just going to bring those formatting instructions down. So we're going to get a green paragraph of text. Now let's undo and go back to where we have it as black text. If we were to select the paragraph without that paragraph marker and change it to green, when we then click at the end of the sentence and press enter, we now carry on typing in black. So just remember that when you select the paragraph markers, including the text, it's going to copy those formatting instructions to the next paragraph. And of course, as we've seen, when we turn on show hide markers, it is super useful to be able to see where you have things like page breaks and section breaks in your document. Now we're going to talk more about these a bit later on in the course, but it's good to know at this stage how to toggle and show all of those non-printing characters and elements within your Word documents. Bullets and numbered lists allow us to add some structure to our document and make the layout easier to read. And you'll find both bullets and numbered lists on the home ribbon in the paragraph group. And it's these three little icons at the top here. So we have our bullets just here, we have our numbering just here, and then we have our multi-level list just here. So let's explore each of these and see how they differ from one another and which situations you would use each. So currently I'm working on this document about William Shakespeare. And you can see that I already have some headings in here, but aside from that, it doesn't have a great deal of structure. Now, if I scroll down to where we have plays, you can see here we have the first paragraph, and then it lists out some of his most popular plays in each of these three categories: tragedies, comedies, and histories. Now, currently, these don't really stand out from the rest of the text, so I might want to think about adding bullet points. Now, in general, a bullet point will indent the piece of text that you have selected and add a little symbol at the start. And that symbol might be a solid filled circle, it might be the outline of a circle, it might be a diamond. It can pretty much be whatever you want it to be, because you can also create your own custom bullets. You don't necessarily have to select the inbuilt ones. And if we go up to the little bullets drop down just here, you can see the options that we have in the bullet library. So the most popular is by far this one just here, the solid fill circle. But we do have some other options. We can add a star, we can have an outline, we can have a little square, a tick, so on and so forth. And if we wanted to, we could define our own new bullet just here. Now, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We are going to come back to this in a moment. For the time being, let's select the text that we want to apply our bullet points to. So I'm going to select these three lines just here. I'm going to go up to my bullets drop down, and I'm just going to choose the solid fill circle. And you can see exactly what that does. It indents those three lines and places a bullet point in front of them. So very quickly, this is just really added to the readability of this section of the document. If I want to remove bullet points, I can choose to remove it from one or all of these points. So if I just want to remove the bullet point from tragedies at the top here, I can simply click my mouse at the beginning and just click on bullets again, and that's going to remove them. Click again to reapply. I could do the same for everything, so I could select the entire paragraph and remove the bullets to put it back to how it was, or click again to add those bullets back in. And if I want to change these bullets to something else, I can simply make sure I have my lines of text selected, click the drop down and maybe change them to a star instead. And if I wanted to use a bullet point that was different to one of the ones we have available in this gallery, I can choose to define new bullet. So from here, I could upload my own picture to use, or I could insert a symbol from the symbol gallery. So I'm just going to choose something from here. Let's just go for this star in a circle. Let's click on OK and OK again, and you can see that that's now applied. Now, just for this demonstration, I'm actually just going to switch these back to regular bullets. Because if we click at the end of a bulleted line and press enter, you're always going to get another bullet on the next line. Now, in a lot of cases, if you're writing out a list, then that's exactly what you want. So it's nice and quick. You don't have to keep going in and reapplying those bullets. But sometimes you might just want to write some text underneath without the bullet point being there. So once again, you could simply click to remove the bullet, and then you can start typing your text. But if you want it in line with where tragedies starts, this is where you can use your indent buttons just here. So we can increase the indent. If I click once, it moves it to there, click again, and now we're directly underneath and we can start typing. So don't forget that you have those options when it comes to lining up text that you don't necessarily want to be bulleted. Now I'm going to backspace and just remove what we did there, because another thing you can do when you press enter is, let's say I wanted to have another bullet but indented even further. What I can do is press the tab key on my keyboard and it's going to give me another level of bullet. So maybe I just want to have tragedies as the first bullet, and then I want to have this as the second bullet. So I could select this text and then I could simply grab it and move it down. And if I wanted to put all of these on separate lines, I could press enter and we're going to get the same level of bullet. So let's put all of these on separate lines, like so. If you want to promote one of these secondary level bullets back up to a top level bullet, you can do the reverse of tab. If you press Shift Tab, that's going to promote it. Tab is going to demote it. And we can carry on pressing Tab to get different levels of bullet. Shift Tab to go backwards. So that's how you can utilize bullet points to add structure to your documents. The second thing that we have are numbered lists. So these are sort of similar to bullets, but instead of having a symbol, a circle, or a star, we have numbering instead. So the paragraphs that you can see here where we have the title in orange, maybe I want these to say 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where I could come up to numbering and I can choose my style of numbering from the numbering library. So this really relates to how I want this formatted. So I could have 1, 2, 3, or I could have Roman numerals, or I could even have A, B, C. Now I want to have 1, 2, 3, and I just want to have a dot. I don't want to have this little bracket after it. So let's click like so. And this works in a fairly similar way to bullets. If I was to click at the end and press enter, it's going to give me a number 2. If I press the tab key, it's going to indent it to a new level where we get an A. Press tab again and we get a little I. Now you might be wondering, where do these things come from? How does Word know that when you indent, it wants to go to A as opposed to 1.1, for example? Well, this is where multi-level numbering comes in. So let's just backspace out of here because the next little drop down is our list levels. So you can see here, with the one that I currently have selected, the first level is going to be a number 1. Second level, when we indent, is going to be an A. Third level is going to be a Roman numeral. So if I wanted to have this say 1, 1.1, 1.1.1, so on and so forth, I would need to choose a different multi-level numbering. So this one here fits the bill. And now when I press enter and tab, I'm going to get 1.1, 1.1.1, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that when it comes to numbering in your documents. Now in this case, I don't want to have any other levels, but I do want to apply numbering to the rest of these. So I could do this individually, or I could select them and apply multiple at the same time. And both numbering and multi-level lists are customizable. So I could come into numbering and define a new number format. So this is where I can really choose the number style that I want to use. And I can come in here and I can get really granular about how I want this number formatting to look. I can even choose the font that I want to use for my numbering. And the same applies to multi-level lists. We can define a new multi-level list at the bottom here, and we can go through and we can choose what level we want to modify. So if I want to modify how 3.1.1 looks, I can select the level, and then I can come down here and I can choose exactly how I want it aligned, what font I want to use, what number formatting I want. So lots and lots of customization options when it comes to using your bullets, your numbering, and your multi-level lists. Indents help us define and adjust where our paragraphs are lining up to in our Word documents. And whilst indentation might seem a fairly simple topic, there are definitely some key things you need to know when working with indents in a document. Now, the first thing that you're going to want to make sure that you turn on before you even begin adjusting your indents is the ruler. Now you can see that I have mine turned on at the top here. If you cannot see this ruler, then simply go to the view ribbon and make sure that in the show group you have a tick next to ruler. If you don't have a tick in here, your document's going to look like that with no ruler at the top. And this is so important because we need to be able to see our ruler when we're working with indents. Now, when it comes to indentation, there are a few very basic things that we can do. Now, when we're working with indents, it's really important to keep your eyes on these three little markers on the ruler. So can you see this just here right at the start? These are actually three separate little moving parts. So this one at the top controls our first line indent, this one in the middle controls our hanging indent, and the little block at the bottom controls the left indent. So what does this actually mean? Well, if I click my mouse just before the first paragraph and just press the tab key on my keyboard, check out what happens to those little markers on the ruler. Can you see this one here? Remember, this one represents the first line indent, has now moved across to where that tab ends. And if you're wondering what controls the distance that one tab will move, that is a setting in Word. The default distance is this distance that you can see here, so it's about 1/2 inch. If I press backspace, it's going to remove that indent, and notice that little marker moves back to the left margin. Now, aside from pressing tab, which is only going to indent each line that we're clicked in, we can actually use these little markers to define how we want this document to look. So once again, if I click my mouse just in front of the first paragraph, this time I'm going to grab the first line indent and I'm going to drag it along. And you can see as I drag it back and forth, it's changing the indentation of that first line, because this marker is a first line indent. So that's all that's going to move. Everything else is going to stay flush with the left-hand margin. Now, if I were to grab the hanging indent, which is the one in the middle, this is basically going to do the reverse. So it's going to indent all of the text below that first line. Drag it back to the left. And then finally, if we grab the bottom one here, left indent, and drag, that's going to drag the entire paragraph and indent it to whatever level we specify. But notice all of these are just controlling that first paragraph. If I just drag this first line indent again, notice that it only applies to the first paragraph. If we look at the second paragraph, that is still flush with the left-hand margin. So if you wanted to maybe change the indentation for 2 paragraphs, you would need to make sure that you select them, and then when you start making modifications to these markers, it's going to affect both of those paragraphs. If you want to apply to the entire document, you can press Ctrl A to select everything, and then when you drag the first line indent, for example, it's going to do it for all paragraphs. So just be aware of the different selections there and how these little markers on this ruler control your indentation. Now, of course, we can have different indentations for different parts of the same document. So maybe I wanted the first 2 paragraphs to have a first line indent, but the rest of the document I don't. Well, that is where we have to start sectioning up our document, and we're going to cover that a bit later on, so just put a pin in that thought for the time being. Now, aside from dragging and dropping these little markers around on the ruler, we do have some options on the ribbon for controlling indentation. So if we go to the home ribbon, in the paragraph group, you can see we have the decrease indent and increase indent buttons just here. And we used these previously, so if I click, this is essentially like dragging this left indent across the ruler. It's going to indent the entire paragraph that you have selected or that you're clicked in. And if we decrease the indent, it's going to put that back. If I wanted to do more than one paragraph, I would need to select them, and then I can indent and decrease indent. Now, if we open up our paragraph settings by clicking on this diagonal arrow, again in the indents and spacing area, we can adjust our indentation manually. So from here, we've got first line and hanging. So if I wanted to do a first line indent again, I could select that and check out the preview below. You can see that it's going to do exactly the same as when we drag that first line indent marker across the ruler. Now I'm going to say none here. And this is where I can choose to define exactly what my indentation on the left and the right should be. So I could say that I want a left indentation of 0.4 and check out what that does in the preview. You can see it's indented that paragraph, but I could also choose to have indentation on the right. So I could take that up to 0.4 as well, and I get the same level of indentation. It's a bit harder to see because we have a raggedy edge applied just here. But if I click on OK, that's exactly what I'm going to get. I could then choose to justify the text so that everything looks nice and neat. And if you take a look at the markers on the ruler, you can see we have our left indent applied, and now we also have a little marker for right indent as well, because that's what we set in these indentation options. Now I have both of these equal, 0.4 and 0.4, but what I could do is I could just say mirror indents if I wanted these to be exactly the same. Mine were already the same, so it's not going to change anything, but if you had different inside and outside and you just wanted them to be equal, you could choose mirror indents and click on OK. So that's how indentation works in Word. As I mentioned, we are going to come back to this when we cover sections a bit later on. Tabs or tab stops are a great way to define the layout of your document. They allow us to set markers on the ruler, and then when we press the tab key on our keyboard, our cursor is going to jump directly to the tab stop that we've set. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can use tabs in a document and why they're so useful. Now I have a fairly empty document open on the screen, and currently I don't have any tab stops in this document. Now, when you press the tab key on your keyboard, your cursor is going to move across the ruler or move across the page at a set amount of distance. Now for me, that is about ½ an inch. If you take a look at my ruler, you can see we're sort of in line with this middle marker just here. And if I carry on pressing tab, it's going to keep moving my cursor across by ½ an inch every single time. And if I press backspace, it's going to take me back the other way. So what this means is that if I was to type, let's just type my name, for example, and press the tab key, it's going to move me across to the next tab. So maybe I then type my job title, tab again, and I move across. So tab stops, there are some inbuilt ones already in Word. Now it might be that you want to set up your document so that you customize where your tab stops are. And this is really useful if you have a very specific layout. So I see a lot of people using things like tab stops when they're putting together something like a letter. In general, with a letter, you'll have your name and address on one side, and then in the middle, you might have the date, and then all the way over on the right side, you might have maybe the recipient's address details. Now, before we get too far into this, a couple of things that are worth turning on. Once again, make sure that you do have your ruler displayed. If you don't, jump up to the View tab and make sure you have a tick next to Ruler. Another thing that's sometimes worth turning on are show hide markers, because these are going to show you your little tab stops by way of an arrow every time you press that tab key. So some people find that quite useful. Now, when it comes to setting tab stops, there are a couple of different ways that you can do this. For example, let's say that when I press the tab key, instead of tabbing across 1/2 inch, I want to tab across 2 inches. What I could do is hold my cursor over where we have 2 on the ruler, and it's going to put in this little marker just here. And as I hover over that marker, you can see that this is a left tab. So what does that mean? Well, if I press my tab key, you can see I'm jumping across to 2 inches, and if I type my name, it means it's going to line up with the left, and the text is going to move to the right. I'm going to Control Z to undo. Now, aside from this left tab stop, we do have other types of tabs that we can use. And if you cast your eyes all the way over to the left-hand side of the screen, can you see we have the same little marker over here at the top of the vertical ruler? And this is currently showing the same, it's a left tab stop. But what I could do is I could click it, and it's going to cycle to a different tab stop. And this time when I hover my mouse over, you can see that this is a center tab. So now I can click somewhere else on the ruler to apply a center tab. So let's remove our left tab from the ruler. I'm going to click and just drag that off. And now, because I have center tab selected over on the left hand side, if I was to click on the 2 again, it's going to add a center tab. So what is the difference between a center tab and a left tab? Well, if I tab across, this time when I type my name, it's kind of moving from the center. So you can see that center tab is dead in the center of my text, whereas a left tab would be on the left-hand side of the text. So this is great if you're trying to line something up dead in the center of your document. And with all of these tabs, you can simply drag them to move them across. So if I wanted this in the middle, I'm going to place that sort of roughly around there. And now when I press enter, every time I tab, it's going to move across to that exact same spot. Now I'm going to remove that tab again and remove it off of this line, because we do have some other tabs. We have a right tab as well. So I could put this all the way over on the right hand side of my document, and it means that the text is going to line up to the right. So let's just delete this out, because you'll notice that when I press enter and tab, it's going to jump all the way across to the right hand side, and then it's going to line up with that right hand margin. Let's drag this tab off and take a look at the last couple of tabs. This time, this is a decimal tab. So this is useful if you have a list of numbers, because it's going to line those numbers up based on the decimal point. So let's get rid of this text in here, and let's put a decimal tab at 0.2. Now, when I tab across, if I was to type a number that has a decimal point in it, you can see that that is lining up directly with that decimal tab. So it doesn't matter what number I put in, it's always going to keep those decimal points in line. And then if we click one more time, we then have a bar tab. And this is a little bit different. So let's place the bar tab at 0.2. Notice I now get a bar in there, or a line. So this is useful if you just want to have a nice line in between whatever it is that you're typing. And that line will grow as you add more text in. So those are the different kinds of tabs that you can use, and you can place them wherever you want on the ruler in order to help you line up your text. So let's get rid of all of that, because I want to show you the other method that you have when it comes to applying tabs to documents. Now for this, I'm going to add some text in here. So let's type in rand. Let's do our little rand trick, because what we can do is on the home tab in the paragraph group, if we click this little diagonal arrow, it's going to pop up the paragraph dialog box, and right at the bottom we have a button for tabs. Now, when I open this, this is where you can define your tab stop position, and you can get quite granular with things like leaders and the alignment. So maybe I want to define a tab stop position at, let's say, 1 inch. I can put that in there, tab stop position. And here it's showing me what my default tab stops are, which is basically 1/2 inch. And then I can choose the kind of tab stop that I want. So again, we have left, center, right, decimal, or bar. I can even define if I have a leader. So let's put a left tab stop, and let's give it a dotted leader. Let's click on set. I could then define another tab stop, so let's say 2.5. I'll make this one center with a dotted leader and set, and I could carry on going. I'm going to put another one at 5. We'll say that that is a right tab stop with a dotted line leader and click on set. So I could set multiple tab stops all in one go using this little dialog box. Let's click on OK, and as soon as I do that, you'll see those tab stops applied to the ruler. We have our left tab stop, our center tab stop, and then our right tab stop. So then we can utilize these. So if I'm clicked at the start of this paragraph and I press tab, you can see what that does. It tabs into that first left tab, and because I selected have a dotted leader, it's giving me these dots. Now, I'm not saying in this example this looks particularly great, but this can be useful if you're doing things like maybe creating a table of contents, something like that. So with all that in mind, these could be super useful when you're creating a multitude of different documents. For example, let's press Ctrl A to select everything. I'm going to delete out everything we have in here, because maybe I'm creating a letter. So I'm happy to have my name and address flush with the margin. I don't need to add a tab stop for that, but maybe I want to have the date in the middle and then some other details over on the right hand side. So what I would do here is go all the way over to the left hand side, and I'm going to click and cycle round until I get the center tab stop, and I'm going to place that at point 3. I'm then going to cycle around again until I get the right tab stop, and I'm going to put that at point 6. So now this makes it really easy for me to create my letter. I can put my details in here, so let's just make up a fake address. And then I want the date in the middle, so I can press tab and it's going to jump me directly across to that center point. So then I can put in whatever the date is, and it's dead in the center. If I want to put the recipient address over on the right hand side, I can click up here and press tab a couple of times, and it's going to jump me across to that right tab. So we'll just say Mr. Smith, and then we can add in his addressing details. So let's say 34 Oak Court, London. So now when I hit enter, I'm back to the left-hand margin and I can start to type my letter, like so. So now when I turn off show hide markers, you can see that we have a really nice looking lined up letter simply using tabs. So tabs are definitely a good thing to start exploring if you've never used them before. It's time now to do exercise 6. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the file exercise 6 employee list.docx from the exercise files folder. And then using tab stops, I'd like you to recreate the employee table shown below. And we've got a few notes here. So for the employee name column, this needs to be flush with the left-hand margin. The job title column uses a left tab at 1.94 inches. The salary column uses a decimal tab at 4.38 inches, and the department column uses a right tab at 6.31. Once you've set those tabs and added in the text, I'd then like you to change the line spacing to 0 points. Once you've done that, I'd then like you to use custom bullet points to recreate the company structure shown in the screenshot below. Now, a couple of things to notice here. I'm using a diamond symbol as the bullet point. So you're going to need to find that in the symbols gallery. And the other thing I want you to ensure is that the diamond bullet is applied to both levels. So once you've typed in Jen Green, for example, and gone on to the next line and press tab, you might find that you just have a regular round bullet. I want you to set this up so that when you tab and you've got your second level bullet, that is also a diamond. So you're going to need to have a little bit of a look in the settings for bullet points in order to be able to do this. That's all I need you to do. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. Now, the first thing I asked you to do was to recreate the employee list table shown in the screenshot. Now, to do this, we need to set up some tab stops, and I have a few to set up, so I'm going to click the diagonal arrow to open up the paragraph dialog box and go straight into tabs, because I find this a bit easier when I need to do multiple and be very specific about the tab stop position. Now, the first tab stop we need to set up is a left-hand tab stop. I don't want a leader, but I do want it to apply at 1.94 inches. I'm going to set that one. The next tab I want to set up is a decimal tab, so let's select that. Again, I don't want a leader, and I want the decimal tab at 4.38 inches. And let's click on Set. And the final tab I need to set up is a right tab, again, no leader, and this time we want this at 6.31, and click on Set. So now when we click on OK, we should find those tab stops have applied to the ruler. And we can now simply go in and add our text. And if you've done everything correctly, it should end up looking something like this. The next thing I asked you to do was to decrease the line spacing in this table to 0 points. So I'm going to select everything again. I'm going to open up the paragraph dialog box, and then in the spacing group down here where we have points after, I'm going to put that down to 0 and click on OK. So you should have ended up with something that looks similar to this. The next thing I asked you to do was to recreate the screenshot that shows the company structure. So I've just typed out all of the names, and now we need to add in our bullet points. So this is what you should have ended up with. So you could have simply just typed out the list of names and then applied the bullets. Now, with these diamond bullets, the way I inserted these was simply to go up to the paragraph group and then click the drop down just here. Now, because I've recently used mine, you can see them sitting in there. If you couldn't see that bullet point, if you go to Define New Bullet Point and click on Symbol, this is where you can find that diamond bullet. Once you have that bullet inserted, you can then just press the Tab key to tab across these other two sub-items. So you should have finished up with something that looks like this. That's it for this exercise. I will see you in the next lesson. It's time now to talk about themes in Word, because themes really control the overall look and feel of our documents. So I just wanted to spend this first lesson just running through exactly what themes are, because there are some little things in here that you might not be aware of. Now, I have a document open on the screen here. This is a business proposal for a fictitious coffee company, and you can see here that this has formatting applied. So I have a title at the top, and I have heading 1s and heading 2s in my document. You can see these just here. And I also have some shapes at the top here as well, containing the 3 main points: sustainability, quality, and innovation. Now, everything you see on this page with regards to the design, and by that I mean the way that these titles look, the way that the headings look, and also the color palette that's in use here, these are all determined by the theme I have applied to this document. Now, if you want to check what theme you're currently using, you can jump up to the Design tab, and the first group here is Themes. Now, if we click the drop down, it's going to show us the Themes gallery. Now, you might not have any custom themes at the top. These are ones that I've created for myself, but what you definitely will have is a group here called Office, which contains all of these standard inbuilt themes. And for most people, the default theme is going to be the Office theme. Now, Microsoft has recently changed this. It's updated its default theme, and the one that you see here is an example of the updated theme. I do also have the old theme, which is this one just here. And if I hover over this, you can see the document changes. So I now have different styles and different colors applied, because we have different font in use in the old theme and also a different color palette. So as I hover over each of these themes, you can see the live preview as to what the document's going to look like if I were to choose an alternative theme. So you can go through these and you can choose which one best suits your needs. Now, I'm going to stick with just the standard Office theme for the time being. Now, when you choose a theme, you get access to various different things. For example, there is a color palette that is supplied with each theme. And you can actually see that when you want to do things like change the font color or the background fill color of a shape. For example, if I was to select this piece of text just here, go to the Home tab and go to change the font color, notice here it says theme colors. So these are all of the colors that are installed with the theme that I'm currently using. Now, we don't have to use a theme color. We can choose any of these standard colors down here, or alternatively, we can click on more colors, which opens up these palettes, and we can drag around, move this around, and really get the color that we're looking for. And this is particularly important if you have branded colors that you use quite often. You can grab the hex code from your marketing team, and you can simply paste it down here to get the exact color of maybe your company branding or your logo. So lots of different options, but just be aware that you will have this theme color palette. Now, in a document, I generally tend to stick to the colors contained within my theme. And that is because in general, these colors work really well together. So we're not going to have sort of crazy reds with crazy neon pinks, things like that. We're pretty safe when we use our theme colors that it's going to look good. Now, if we jump back to the Design tab, notice that over here we have a little colors drop down. So if maybe we like the fonts in use in this theme, but we don't necessarily like the color palette, we could choose to use one of these other color palettes, or we can even create our own. So I could choose to use maybe this one just here, red, violet. And what you'll see is that it keeps some part of my theme, so it's keeping things like the font and the actual style. It's just changing the colors in use. So now if I wanted to go back and change the color of Executive Summary on the Home tab, you'll notice that my theme color palette has updated to those new colors. So just be aware of that. I'm going to undo to put it back to my original color palette. Let's go back to Design. We can also do something similar with fonts. So again, I have default fonts included with this theme, but I could choose to change to a different font. So maybe Arial, Segoe UI, Calibri Light, Roboto Black, and you can see as I hover over those changes being applied. Once again, we can customize our fonts entirely in here and choose our own heading font and also what we want to use for the body. I'm going to talk more about customizing themes a bit later on. Now, another thing that you'll get with your themes are all of these different styles. So underneath document formatting, you can see that we can choose to change the style that we're using. So this really applies to the heading levels in our document. For example, if I was to choose this one, you can see the style gives my document a bit of a different look. And I actually really like this style. If I go back to the Home tab and look in the Styles gallery, you can see that that has also updated with the styles from this particular style set for this theme. So now when I want to apply a heading 1 style, it's going to have a line underneath it. Heading 2 is going to look like this, so on and so forth. Now, why is this important? Well, notice that when I go to the Design tab and I hover my mouse over any of these themes, can you see that it automatically updates everything in my document? That's the styles that I'm using, the color palette, the font, everything. Now, if I had chosen to apply, let's say, for these shapes down here, I'm going to go to Shape Format, I'm going to go to Shape Fill, and instead of using one of my theme colors, I'm going to use some of these standard colors down here. So I'm going to change this to dark blue. I'm going to change this one to medium blue, and let's change this one to a light blue. So now in this document, these 3 shapes are using non-theme colors. So when I go back to the Design tab, if I want to completely update my theme, notice what happens when I scroll over these different theme options. Whilst the font and the styles are changing to match the theme, the colors of those shapes are not, because these are no longer theme colors. So when you choose to use things that are outside of your theme, it just means that you can't simply update everything by applying a new theme. So in general, that's one of the reasons why I find it's better to always use your theme color palette and your theme fonts. So if I put these back, so let's change that one back to purple. Let's change this one to a darker blue, and let's change this one to a green. All of these are theme colors. Again, now when I go back to design and go to choose another theme, can you see that those update? So using themes is a really quick way just to update the look and feel of your document. And if you stick within your theme color palette and your theme fonts, it makes it really simple to change the theme to something else if you need to. In the previous lesson, we started taking a look at themes in Word. I explained to you what they are and how they can be useful. So in this lesson, we're going to take this on a stage further, and I'm going to show you how you can create your own custom theme with your own custom colors. Now, why might you want to do this? Well, imagine you work at a company, or maybe in your spare time, you're the president of the local football club, and everything that you send out to your members or your employees needs to be branded with the company colors. That might be colors that are contained within your company logo. Now, every color when you're working in Microsoft applications has what we call a hexadecimal code. And you can see in the top right-hand corner, I've just drawn some rectangles in here, and you can see that I've added in the hex value for each of the colors behind. And we're going to say that these are my company's branded colors that we want to use in our theme. So we can use these hexadecimal values to create a custom theme. Now, if you're not sure what the hexadecimal value is of your company logo colors, then you can get that information from your marketing team. They'll always have some kind of brand document or brand guidelines which contains these values. A lot of the time, I will say that if you are working at an organization that is big on branding and house style, you'll probably be working within company templates which already contain the correct color palette. But there will be occasions where you do need to create your own custom palette or your own custom theme. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go up to design. Now remember, I currently have the Office default theme applied. Now you might think that you can just go down here and choose save current theme and then customize it. It kind of works the opposite way around. We need to make our changes and then we can save the theme. So I'm going to go straight across to colors because this is where we can customize the colors in use in our particular theme. And you'll notice at the top we have a custom group, and this contains custom color palettes that I've set up previously, and then we have a selection of standard Office palettes that we could also use. But we want to create our own custom palette. Now, another thing to point out here, this is useful information if you are working or thinking about customizing colors. If I select this rounded rectangle just here that contains the word sustainability, this has a purple background fill at the moment. Now, if I go up to Shape Format and click the Shape Fill drop-down, you can see that the color in use is actually selected in the theme color palette. You can see we have a red border around the outside. It's this one. And when we hover over, we can see the name of that particular theme color. So in Word, it's called Plum Accent 5. Now, this is important information because Accent 5, if we go back into Custom Colors, and go down to Customize Colors, notice what we have in here. So this helps us determine what color we're actually changing. So you can see here Accent 5 is currently showing in purple. That is correct. So when I click the drop down, I know that I'm changing that particular item. So just be aware of that. So what we're going to do is we're going to use these colors that we have in the top right hand corner to create a new custom palette. So I know that this one is Accent 5. I'm just going to quickly check what these other two are because this is going to be the most obvious change for you to be able to see. So if we go to Shape Format, Shape Fill, I can see I'm using this blue. That is Accent 4, so I need to change that one. And if I go to this one, Shape Fill, that is Accent 6. So we basically have Accent 4, 5, and 6 that we need to change if we want these colors to update. So let's go to Design. Let's go to Customize Colors. So I want to change Accent 4, 5, and 6. So let's go for 4 first of all, More Colors, and then we can type in the hex code just here. So D72388A. Click on OK. And you can see that's updated to that pink. We can then go to Accent 5, let's go to More Colors, and we're going to update this one so that it's that nice green, so 00B050, and click on OK. Let's do the next one, Accent 6, this is just going to be a black, So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and click on OK. Let's change accent 3 as well. Let's change that to a grey colour. So that is B2, 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 and click on OK. So now I've effectively customized the color palette in use. I could go a stage further. For example, I could change the text color that's in use. So let's do that. Let's change that to a dark blue, for example. I can now give my new custom theme a name. So I'm going to call this Custom Company Colors and click on Save. And you can see as soon as I save it, those changes update. So you can now see that these shapes have changed color and they match my company colors. And you can also see that some of this text has also changed to dark blue. I could go a stage further and I could change the fonts in use. So maybe I want to change these to, let's go for this one to make it really stand out, Roboto Slab. Now I could go into customize fonts just here and really get granular. So heading font, I'm going to go for Roboto Slab again. So let's just type that in so we can find it a bit easier. Let's say Roboto Slab Black, and then I can choose how I want my body font. So let's stick with the Roboto family and we'll just go for this font just here. And I'm going to call this Custom Company Fonts and click on Save. So you can now see that that has also updated. So we've created our own custom palette, we've created our own custom fonts. I could go a stage further and also customize the effects, because effects are part of themes as well. Now in this case, I'm not going to customize the effects, but just be aware that you can. Also, something I could do here is I could change the paragraph spacing. I could set that to what I want it to be and include that in my theme. And if I want to use this theme as a default, I have a set as default button. So that means that every time I open a new document, it's automatically going to apply this theme. Now, currently we haven't saved this theme. We've just saved our color palette and our new fonts. So now we need to go back to the themes drop down and now we can say save current theme. Now this is really important because it's going to open up File Explorer and it's going to jump you to the document themes folder by default. Now, a lot of people try to go in here and save their theme in one of their own folders. I always recommend that you keep these in the document themes folder, so don't change the default folder. If you start trying to save this somewhere else, it means it's not going to be available in the drop-down for you to select. So I'm going to call this Custom Company Theme and click on Save. So now what I should find is when I click the themes drop down in the custom group at the top, there is my new theme, Custom Company Theme. So now if you open up a new document and you want to very quickly apply this color palette and these fonts, we can simply just apply the theme. And this theme isn't document specific, so it doesn't matter if you close down Word, if you open up a new document, it's always going to be there for you to select and apply. It's time now to do exercise 7. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the file exercise 7, yoga, your ticket to zen.docx from the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to apply the Ion Boardroom theme. I'd then like you to create your own custom theme and be sure to include the following: custom theme colors and custom theme fonts. And the colors and the fonts that you use are entirely up to you. I'd then like you to make sure you save your theme so that you can access it from the drop down when you create a new document. That's all I need you to do in this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do was to open the file exercise 7, yoga, your ticket to zen.docx from the exercise files folder. And this is that document just here. So the first thing we need to do is we just need to change the theme. So we're going to go to the design tab, we're going to go to the themes drop down, and the theme I asked you to choose was Ion Boardroom. Let's click to select. And you can see immediately how that changes the look and feel of the document. I then asked you to create your own theme with your own custom colours and your own custom fonts. And for this, I didn't really mind what colours you used. So I'm going to go straight over to the fonts drop down. I'm going to go to customize fonts and I'm going to change the fonts in use in my theme. So let's click the drop down, and for my heading font, let's go for Georgia. Why not? Georgia Pro Black. And then for the body font, I think I'm going to stick with the Georgia family. And I'm just going to go for regular Georgia. And we can see there in the sample what this is going to look like. So I'm going to change this and name it Georgia Font Theme and click on Save. And you can see immediately it applies that to a document. Now I asked you to also change the color palette. So when we click the drop down, you could have chosen any one of these color palette in the list. Or alternatively, you could create your own color palette using customized colors. So let's just very quickly do that. And I'm just going to change these accent colors just here. And I'm just going to select from the standard color palette just for quickness. If you had specific colors you wanted to change to, you would go to more colors and then you can type in the hex code in here. So let's just very quickly go through, and I'm just going to change these to the standard colors, like so. Then we can name our custom color theme. And you can see that some of those colors have also updated. So now we've changed the colors and the fonts, we need to save this as a new theme. So let's click the themes drop down and go to Save Current Theme. We want to make sure that we're keeping it in the default document themes folder, and I'm just going to call this Yoga Theme and click on Save. So now that theme is available in the themes drop down, you can see there it is to apply to any new document I create. That's all I need you to do in this lesson. I will see you in the next section. In this lesson, we're going to talk through a really important concept in Word, and that is using word styles. Now, we have touched on word styles a couple of times throughout the balance of this course, but we haven't really looked at them in depth. So that's what we're going to do in this lesson. I'm going to explain to you what styles are, why they're useful, and I'm going to show you how quickly you can add them into your document. Now on the screen, I have a very plain looking document, and this is just a document about the solar system. Now notice in this document, we have a mixture of different things. We have a title in the first line, we have a heading that says introduction, and then we have some paragraph text underneath. And this pattern kind of repeats throughout this entire document. We then have another heading and a paragraph of text, another heading, a paragraph of text, and so on. And at some points in this document, we have a heading, for example, the inner planets, and then we almost have a subheading of that heading. And then we have the paragraph of text. Now, in general, if you do have a document that looks like this, that has a mixture of titles, headings, and paragraph text, you're going to want to give it structure so that these things stand out and the document becomes more readable. If I was just to leave my document like this, it's not particularly obvious what's a heading, what's a title, so it makes it a little bit harder to interpret and read. So let's start with this first line here. This is the title of the document. Now, if I wanted to make this stand out, you might think that I would go up to the font group just here and start applying some formatting. For example, I could make this text quite a bit bigger. I could make it bold. I could even change the color if I really wanted that to stand out. And now, effectively, I've given myself a heading. Now, whilst you could do that and apply manual formatting in that way, that isn't the most efficient way to do this. In order to achieve this look, I've had to do quite a few different clicks. I've had to increase the size. I've had to make it bold. I've had to change the color. And if I had other titles throughout this document and I wanted them to look exactly the same, I'd need to go to those titles, select them, and manually reapply all of the formatting. Now, this is where word styles can help us out. So let's undo and just put that back to how it was originally. Now, as we already know, every document that you create has a theme already assigned to it. And we can see the theme that we're using by going to the design ribbon, and you can see here I'm just using the standard Office theme. And this theme will determine things like the colours and the fonts in use in the document. But what it will also give you are styles that match the theme. And if I click the drop down, it's going to open up a styles gallery. And these are very much tied to the theme that I have set. Now, if I was to change the theme in this document, let's go to the Design tab and let's just change it to something completely different. Now, when I go to the Home tab, notice that the styles, the look and feel of them, have changed to match the theme that I've selected. Now, I'm going to put mine back to my Office theme. Now, styles are effectively preset formatting. So you can see here I have a title style, which I could use for any title in this document. I have a heading 1 style for any top level headings. I have a heading 2 style for any subheadings. If I've got things like quotes in my document, I have a quote style just here. And you might be noticing that as I'm hovering over these, it's changing the paragraph that I'm currently clicked in. And another thing to note is that in this little gallery here, you might not necessarily see all of the styles that are available to you within your theme. What you can do to see them all is click on the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of the styles group, and it's going to open up this little floating pane, which of course we can pick up and dock on the right hand side. And this is where we can see all of our styles. Now, it's pretty hard to tell the difference between these styles when we just have them listed in this pane. So what I always like to do is click the Show Preview checkbox, and then I can kind of see what each style looks like. And now you can see there is the default paragraph font. We have heading 1s, heading 2s, heading 3s, heading 4s, so on and so forth. So now we can use these styles in our document. So if I click just before where we have the title, I can simply click there and I can choose Title Style. I can click next to Introduction and I could choose Heading 1. And I could carry on doing that for the rest of the heading 1s in this document. It is so much easier to use styles than apply manual formatting. Now, of course, there are other advantages to using styles, which we'll talk about a bit later on. But in terms of just getting formatting applied quickly to your document and giving it some structure, styles are the way to go. Now remember, if I want to complete the rest of this document, I can select multiple in one go. So I'm going to hold down Control and just select all of the pieces of text that I want to format as heading 1s. This one, and then I can click heading 1. Let's also go through and apply some heading 2s. So I can see just here where we have the inner planets, we have a little subheading just here. So that's going to be a heading 2. If I scroll down, this is also a heading 2. Saturn's rings, that's a heading 2 as well. And then a cosmic symphony, that's going to be a heading 3. And I think that's all that we have in our document. So very quickly there, just using styles, I've managed to style up my document and give it some structure. And another really good tip is that if you're ever working through a document and adding styles, or maybe you've been sent a document and you have to restyle it, it's always quite useful to be able to see what styles you have applied to which line. And this is where switching into draft view can really help. So if we go to the View tab and click on Draft, can you see it opens this little pane on the left hand side, and we can see exactly which styles we have applied. So I can see we have title style, heading 1, if I scroll a bit further down, heading 2 in there. And I've shown you before in a previous lesson how to turn on this little style area pane if you can't see it when you go into Draft View. So we won't go over that again. Now, if you're looking at this thinking to yourself, well, that's great, but I really don't like the way that these styles are formatted. I want my headings to be red or purple or orange and a completely different font. Well, that is completely fine because you can modify the styles in your document. And this is what we're going to talk about in the next lesson. I'm going to show you how you can quickly update all styles and how you can create your own styles. But that is the basic premise of how you can use word styles to give your document structure and quickly apply formatting. In the previous lesson, we started to take a look at word styles, and we added some basic word styles into our document about the solar system. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can modify these styles to suit whatever formatting you want. Because as we've already established, the formatting that you see for these Word styles is very much controlled by the theme you have set in Word. Now, I will say that if you are working at an organization, most companies have their own company branded theme. And what you'll normally find is that when you switch to your company branded theme, which will probably be set as the default theme when you open up a new document, you're going to see in this drop-down all of your company styles. So it might be that if you are working in that type of environment, you don't actually need to modify the styles because they're already set up and branded for you. However, if you do want to do this, you definitely can. So let me show you how simple this is. Now, when it comes to modifying styles, there are kind of two different paths you can go down. You can modify the style once for use in a document, or you can modify the way a style looks permanently within your theme. So let's start out with the former first of all. I'm going to show you how to modify a style once. So let's say that in this particular document only, I want to change the heading 1 style to a different font and a different font color. Now, what I could do here, instead of going through each one individually, is I could use my styles pane, and where we have heading 1, if I click the drop down, notice that I have select all. Now, what this is going to do is it's going to automatically select all heading 1s in my document, and it's going to select the heading 1s only. Notice it hasn't picked up anything that I've marked as a heading 2 or a title style. So now that I have all of these selected, I could go in and I could apply manual formatting if I wanted to. So I'm going to change the font in use. Let's just go for Cambria, and I'm going to make it red. Now notice that whilst it has done that, it hasn't changed the actual style. So if we look at heading 1 in this styles pane, it's still showing in that blue colored font. So I haven't actually modified the style, I've just modified all heading 1s to a different format in this particular document. And what would happen is if I opened a brand new document, the style is still going to be in this blue font color going forward. But what if I always wanted this particular style in this theme to look like this? Well, this is where we can modify the actual style within the theme. So let's undo and take that back to how it was previously. Now this time I'm going to modify the style. So let's go to heading 1 again. I'm going to click the drop down and I'm going to choose modify. And this is going to open up the modify style dialog box. So we've got the style name at the top. It's called heading 1. You could even change the name of the styles if you wanted to. I'm not going to do that in this instance. We're just going to leave it as heading 1. Now what I'm interested in is this formatting at the bottom. So what I can do is go to the formatting drop down. I'm going to do the same thing. Let's change it to Cambria, and I'm going to change it to that dark red color. Now at the bottom here, I have some interesting options. So notice that add to the styles gallery is checked. So what that means is it's going to add this formatting. I'm going to be able to see this newly formatted style in the styles gallery so that I can reuse it. Now I do want to do that, so let's keep that checked. I can also check the automatically update button so that if I was to add in any more heading 1s, it's going to automatically update with this new styling. So let's check that as well. And then underneath we get to choose how we want to apply this. So do I only want to modify this style for this document, or do I want to modify the style for all new documents based on this template? And if you're thinking to yourself, well, I'm not actually using a template, this is a blank document. All blank documents that you create automatically use a template called normal ... So if we were to select this option just here, it means that every time you create a new blank document, your heading 1 is going to be red and in Cambria font. So let's do that for the time being. Let's click on OK. And you can see what that does. So all of my heading 1s in the document have updated. But if you notice in the styles pane, it's now showing with that red font. So I could carry on going through modifying each of these styles if I wanted to. So let's go for a heading 2 as well. Let's change this to... Let's go for something completely different. This is not going to look great, but just to illustrate my point and really make it stand out, let's go for Arial Narrow. Why not? And let's change it to a blue color. I'm going to automatically update new documents based on this template, and click on OK. And once again, you can see that's changed in the styles pane. And if we scroll down, as I said, these fonts don't really go together, but I'm just trying to make it really, really obvious for you. Now, because we've chosen to use these for every new document that's created, if I was to close this document down and just simply create a new blank document, check out what we have. It's including those modified styles. So that is the difference between modifying the actual style and just clicking the drop down, selecting all of the styles and changing the formatting manually. Now, I will say, if you are going to go in and start modifying styles, what you might find, again, if you're an organization that has its own custom styles, you'll probably find that the modify button is grayed out. Because if they allowed everybody to just start modifying the company styles, you'd end up with documents that all look completely different. And most companies want to have a level of consistency when they're sending out their documents. So don't be surprised if your modified button is grayed out if you're trying to do this at work. Now, the final point worth noting is that I've just shown you an example of how to change the font and the font color. But it is worth noting that if you go into modify, there are so many things that you can change or add into your style. For example, at the bottom here, if we click the little format drop down, if I wanted to maybe change the indentation of a heading, maybe I want it indented by 1 inch, I could go to paragraph and I could change the indentation in here. If I wanted my heading 2s to be bulleted, I could do that from here as well. If we go to numbering, we can choose to add numbers or bullet points from here. So there are lots of other things that you can modify to really get your style to look exactly as you want it to look. But for the time being, that is how you can modify styles and use them in your document. In the previous lesson, I showed you a couple of different methods for modifying styles in your Word document. And one of those methods was to modify the actual style in the style pane. And if you recall, when we did this, when we were in the modify dialog box, we also chose to use these styles for all new documents based on this template. And I told you that all new documents are based on the normal ... template. Now, that is fine if you do want to use these styles in all new documents going forward, but what if you want to reset these styles back to the default? Well, that isn't quite as easy as you might think it is. We don't have a little button that just says reset to default, so I'm going to show you a method that I use. Now, remember, we've said this so that any new blank documents we create are going to use these styles. So in order to set these back to default, you need to open a document that you've created previously that contains those default styles. For example, I've just opened a document that we used in a previous session. And you can see up here, because we didn't modify the styles, we still have those default styles in there. So what I effectively want to do now I have this document open is I want to copy these styles back to the normal ... template and effectively overwrite all of the customizations that we made. Now, in order to do this, we need to display the developer ribbon. Now, if you can't see your developer ribbon, go to File, down to Options, and then go to the Customize Ribbon page. And on the right-hand side just here, you can see we've got checks next to all the ribbons we have displayed. Make sure that you have a check next to Developer. As soon as you do, when you click on OK, you should be able to see the developer ribbon. Now, we need to get into our document templates. And if you notice all the way over on the right-hand side, we have a document template button. So if we click this, it's going to jump us across to templates and add-ins and the templates tab. Now, we want to go straight down to where we have this button just here, organizer, because this is what contains all of our styles. So on the left-hand side, you can see all of the styles in this specific document. You can see the document name, the document title at the top there. And then on the right-hand side, we have the styles available in the normal ... m template. Now, currently, the heading 1 and heading 2 styles in the normal ... m template are those that are colored in that red font. So what I effectively want to do is copy heading 1 and heading 2, which contains the default styles, across to the normal ... template. So let's click on heading 1, click on copy. I'm going to say yes, I want to overwrite. Let's click on heading 2, click on copy, and say yes to overwrite. So now when we click on close and close down this document, we should find that when we create any new blank documents, those styles have been reset back to how they were originally. Now, whilst that will reset the style set back to default for all new documents going forward using the normal .m template, it's not really going to affect anything that you've created previously. So if I reopen my document, you can still see that those styles are showing in there. So let's click on document template. Notice on the templates tab, it's showing that the document template is normal ... but I want it to update the current document styles with that new normal ... template. So let's click on OK, and you can see that is exactly what it does. So let's click the drop down. You can see those styles are back to normal in this document. So you kind of have two different methods there. You need to copy the styles so that when you create blank documents going forward, those styles are reset to default. But if you want to change them in existing documents, you simply need to update those styles. So far in this section, we've seen a couple of different methods we can use to modify styles, and I've shown you how to reset your styles back to the default. So we're going to finish up this section on styles, just talking about how we can create our own new style from scratch. Because the methods that we've seen so far, we've actually modified existing styles. So it means that any formatting that we apply is effectively overwriting the default style. And we've seen that resetting back to the default is not the easiest thing to do in the world. So sometimes a much better method to use is to create your own style and have it running alongside the default word styles in the document. That means you can easily switch backwards and forwards between the two. So I'm going to create a custom heading 1 and a custom heading 2 and have them alongside the default heading 1s and 2s in the styles pane. Now to do this, we simply go up to the styles drop down and we have a create a style button. So let's click on create a style. It's going to open up the create new style from formatting styles pane, and this is where we can name our custom styles. So I'm just going to name my initials, and we'll call this my initials heading 1. I can then choose modify, and it's going to allow me to set the formatting that I want for this particular style. So let's go to our font drop down. I'm going to choose, let's go for something different this time. I'm going to go for Aptos Black. And I'm going to change the color. Let's make this a dark purple. Now I'm also going to put a border around the outside to make this really different and so it stands out. So remember, we can go down to the format drop down and we have other options in here. So let's choose border, and now I can choose the kind of border I want. So I want one all the way around the outside, so I could choose box. That's going to do that. And I could even modify the color. So let's make that purple as well. And let's make it a little bit wider. You can see in the preview what that's going to look like. So let's click on OK and OK again. And you can see exactly what happens there. So now in the styles pane, notice that I have my new style, DA heading 1, but I also still have my original heading 1 style. So if I decide that I don't particularly like this new style, I can simply click on heading 1 and it's going to put it back. Now this is actually the title, so I want to click on title style just there. What I want to do is apply my DA heading 1 to introduction and the following headings. So you can simply go through applying this style where necessary. Let's do it one more time, but let's create ourselves a heading 2. I'm going to go back to create a style. This time we're going to call it DA heading 2. Let's click on modify and we'll set this to Cambria. Let's make it green. Again, this isn't going to look particularly great, but let's make it bold. And let's also give that a border as well. So this time I'm just going to put a border running across the bottom. So I'm going to have a green border and I'm happy with this thickness. Now, if you don't want to choose one of these preset styles, you can simply click on the preview to tell Word where to add the border. So I want it just across the bottom. Let's click on OK and OK again, and you can see exactly what that looks like in the Styles pane. Now again, because of where I was clicked, it's applied it to a piece of paragraph text, which I don't want. So let's just set that back to normal. I actually want this to be a heading too. So let's click Add New Style. So super easy to create our own styles and apply them. And this is by far the safest method if you don't want to have to mess around resetting the heading 1s and 2s back to default if you make a mistake or decide you don't want that formatting. And the final point to really mention here is how you can delete styles. Because again, if we click the drop down next to DA heading 1, removing from the style gallery doesn't actually delete the style. All that will do is remove DA heading 1 from this little style gallery up here on the home ribbon. And if we click on remove all, it's just going to remove that heading style from the heading 1s in the document. It's not actually going to remove the style. So if you want to get rid of DA heading 1 and DA heading 2 permanently, again, this is something you need to do on the developer tab. Let's open up document template and jump to the organizer. Now it's from here that we can delete styles. So you can see here on the left hand side where we have our document styles, I've got my DA heading 1 and 2, and all I would need to do is select the style and click on the delete button in the middle. We can say yes to all, and we're going to do the same for heading 2, yes to all, and then click on close. And you'll see that those have now been removed from the styles pane. Now if we jump back to home, you might notice in the styles gallery we now have these 2 blank spaces. If you do see those just there, if you right click, this is where you can say remove from style gallery. And now we're back to normal. It's time now to do exercise 8. And in this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learnt in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is open the file exercise 8, the solar system.docx from the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to create your own style set for the title and headings 1, 2, and 3. And the styles can be formatted as you choose. Once you've done that and you've applied the styles to your document, I'd like you to use the organizer to remove the styles you've just created. And I'd also like you to make sure that those styles are removed from the style gallery. That's all I need you to do in this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So this exercise is all about practicing creating style sets and removing them. So we're going to create a new style set for the title style, heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3. So let's click up in the title area. I'm going to click the drop down and choose create a style. I'm going to call this DA title. Let's click on modify. And remember, I said I don't mind how you format these. So I'm going to do some very basic formatting just to save a little bit of time. So I'm going to change this to, let's go for Aptos Black. I'm going to make this quite a bit bigger. In fact, let's make it bigger than that. Let's go for 22. And I'm going to make this a dark blue color. Let's click on OK. And you can see there it is added to my styles pane. Let's do the same for heading 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to go to create a style. I'm going to call this DA heading 1. Let's click on modify, and then we can go in and change it to whatever we like. So I'm going to stick within the Aptos family if possible. Let's go for Aptos display for our heading 1s. I'm going to make those bold, and I'm going to change the color of these. Let's make these a lighter blue and click on OK. Let's create another style. This is going to be DA heading 2 and click on modify. And this time we're going to choose, let's go for Aptos light. I'm going to make these a lighter blue and click on OK. Now I'm not going to do heading 3. I think you've probably got the idea just here. What you should end up is with 4 new styles: title, heading 1, heading 2, and heading 3. I can then go through the rest of the document applying my heading 1, and we can also apply our heading 2s. So you should have ended up with something that looks like this. Obviously the formatting will be different depending on what you chose. Now the next thing I asked you to do was to actually remove those styles. So all of that hard work is about to be undone. Now for this we need to go to the developer tab we need to open up document template and we need to jump into the organizer. Now there is heading 1. Let's select it and click on delete. Yes to all. There's heading 2. Let's delete it. Yes to all. You'll also have heading 3 in there, so you're going to need to delete that out. And there is DA title. So I'm going to get rid of that as well. Click on OK. And now all of my styles are back to how they were originally. The final thing I asked you to do was to go to the styles pane, and if you can see blanks in there, right click and just choose remove from style gallery. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you all enjoyed that. I hope you all learned at least one thing that you think is going to help you. Have a great night, a great afternoon, a great morning, wherever you are, and I will see you next time. Bye guys.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.